Am I the asshole for telling my fiancée we should call the wedding off if she doesn't approve of my female best man? So I, 28 male, proposed to my girlfriend Jasmine, 24 female, in March. Earlier this week, she and I were talking about wedding plans, and she already picked out who our bridesmaids were going to be and was questioning me about my groomsmen to see who'd walk with who and all that. I told her who I wanted and let her know that my best man was actually going to be my friend Kate, 27 female. Jasmine kinda freaked out and was really adamant about her not being the best man. I asked her why, and she listed off a lot of reasons, none of which I believe. She said it'll look weird in the photos. It'll be weird when Kate has to walk down the aisle with her maid of honor, that she doesn't want Kate to be distracting to guests, that Kate's too short to stand next to a bunch of 6-foot-plus guys. The reasons were ridiculous, and I told her as much. She told me that I should respect her wishes for the wedding and gave me suggestions for other best men. I know the real reason might be jealousy, but I don't want to just drop it and go along with her insecurities. We ended up getting into a big argument. Jazz was upset that I wasn't budging on my stance, and I was mad she was acting so irrational. She was being really accusatory about why I wanted Kate in the wedding so bad. I finally told her that if she doesn't want to let me have this one thing, maybe there shouldn't be a wedding at all. She got really angry and told me to just leave our apartment. I've been couch surfing at a friend's for the past couple of days, not Kate. Last time I tried to talk to Jazz, she asked if I was ready to apologize, and I said no, because I don't want her to think that she was right about forbidding me from letting Kate be in the wedding. And before anyone asks, no, Kate and I have never been sexual or romantic. She's been one of my closest friends and introduced me to my current social circle. I used to be an awkward, nerdy guy who had trouble making friends, but now I'm an awkward, nerdy guy with a social life. We survived grad school together, and she's been with me through high and low parts of my life, and it seems insane to not include her in my wedding. Jazz and Kate know each other but aren't friends, and over time, Jazz got used to me having a close female friend without being jealous or mistrusting, or so I thought. Am I the asshole? Edit. I should mention Jasmine has never acted this way before and is usually pretty easygoing and understanding, and she didn't so much as kick me out as she said, well, maybe you should just go then. And I called her bluff and left. She tried to get me to come back and also apologize, but we're both hard-headed when it comes to what we want. I don't want to call off the wedding, and I get why Jazz was upset by me saying we should, but I wanted her to know how serious I was. Edit 2. No idea if anyone will read this. I didn't want to make a whole update post, since it's only been a day, but anyways. I went back home today after cooling off, and Jazz and I had a long talk, and I'm not going into the details. TLDR, we're not calling off the wedding, but we're going to talk about this more and try to come up with a mutual solution. No idea what that is yet. Just to address a few things I've seen a lot of. No, Kate is not single. Jazz and Kate are friendly, but they aren't friends. I'm not very close to any of Jazz's friends either. Kate and I have known each other for almost 7 years. I've been with Jazz for 2. I'm not attracted to Kate, and we're not going to run off into the sunset together. Stop watching bad rom-coms. It's 2020. I can be friends with a woman without wanting to sleep with her. I'm not choosing another woman over Jazz. If Kate were a man and Jazz didn't want him in the wedding, I'd have a right to be pissed. But since Kate's a woman, suddenly I don't love my fiancé enough. That's bullshit. Oh, and if you're going to imply that I'm going to have an affair or already cheated, fuck off. In the comments, BKP says, not the arsehole. This wedding is just as much your day as it is hers, and you absolutely deserve to have someone up there that you trust as your best woman or man. Your fiancé needs to not only recognize that, but figure out whatever insecurity is causing her to lash out in this manner. I really don't think it's insecurities as much as wanting a picture-perfect, traditional wedding party, bridezilla. But what will other people think? And the pictures won't match man, woman. She said it herself when she mentioned them walking down the aisle. I don't think so. Those sound like deflecting reasons to me. Like she's trying to come up with any reason other than the real one. Based on the amount of reasons she provides, and her apparent lack of depth to support them, and OP saying he doesn't believe them to be reasons. Not the asshole. My best man was a woman. She's outlasted all my relationships since I was 15. I got married in my mid-40s. Anyone that doesn't let you pick the representative of your choice for one of the most important moments of your life, it is your wedding too, may not possibly be good to marry. Not the asshole. It may not be traditional, which I'm betting is the real reason, but your best man really should be your best friend. If your best friend just happens to be female, then it really should be her standing next to you on your wedding day. Weddings aren't as traditional as they used to be. Lots of wonky things are happening, the least of which being a female best mate. You have no reason to apologize, but she's seriously digging her heels in on this one. Your wedding is about both of you, not just her. Do not let her bully or guilt you into things that you don't want. And if it's that bad of a disagreement, maybe you need to put the wedding off for a little longer. Yeah, I do think you need to put the wedding off for a little longer, because it's your wedding day. You can choose who you want to represent you. I think this is an exception to the 2 yes, 1 no situation that we find in a lot of serious relationships people get themselves in. I understand that both of you are hard-headed here, but she's being ridiculous. Who cares what others think of your wedding day? It has no bearing and impact on who you are as people. It has no bearing on the future. What, she's embarrassed that there's going to be one woman in a man's spot and that's enough to blow the relationship up over? Jesus Christ, OP, are you sure you'd want to marry someone with that thin skin? Their skin is so thin that if whatever you participate in as a couple is not up to traditional standards, it ain't happening because, can you think of the embarrassment? What would people think? Oh my god, people are gonna judge me silently, maybe openly. I can't go through that, I can't do that. People like that are not strong enough for the real world. I'm sorry, she's weak. If this is the biggest struggle she's had to go through in her life, she's lived a very privileged existence. I think it's kind of pathetic, personally, that she would cause this much of a scene, not see where you're coming from, and not offer any middle ground at all. That's just sad. No, not the asshole. And now, on to the update. My fiancé and I ended up making up and reconciling a few days later. We were talking compromises, and it was still a touchy subject, but I thought it was going good and we'd recover. I wish I could leave it at that. She's now my ex-fiancé. A little over 2 weeks after our fight, a friend of Jazz contacted me. She told me Jasmine had been venting to her friends over the Kate situation, and she couldn't keep quiet any longer because it wasn't fair to me. The friend sent me messages between Jasmine and them, where Jasmine is essentially talking about not trusting me and Kate, and saying some pretty derogatory things about me. If that was it, I'd be angry, but not furious. Long story short, the conversation turned into some confusing conversation that I didn't have much context for, but I got the gist. The friend that sent me the messages filled me in with what she knew. Basically, Jazz had an affair before we got engaged. It had allegedly just been one time with some guy that she doesn't talk to anymore, but I don't know what to believe. Based on the messages, it seems like that was the case. Apparently all of her friends knew about this, and I was being played the whole time. I talked to Jazz, and she denied it, but I told her I didn't care. She needed to leave. She was throwing a fit and refused to, so I left my own home again because of her. I told her I'd tell everyone what she did if she didn't pack up her shit and go by the time I returned. It worked, and 2 days later I came back and she was gone. She's tried contacting me to set things right, but I'm not interested. She can keep the ring for all I care at this point. I just don't want to see her yet. I felt so stupid and worthless and embarrassed. I didn't tell anyone the reason we broke it off. No idea what Jazz is telling people, and I don't care. The past month and a half has been a nightmare, but I've slowly been recovering my pride, and I'm trying to convince myself that what she did was her own fault, not mine. It works about half the time. And because I know some of you are going to ask, because you think this is some shitty fucking rom-com, I didn't go running to Kate. I've hardly spoken to her or anyone else for a while now. I've been enjoying quarantine and being left alone. That's my final update on the situation. Those of you who said Jazz was being paranoid because she has something to hide can go pat yourselves on the back." In the comments, International Aside says, "Sorry to hear that, man. It seems like she was totally projecting onto you and Kate because she cheated, which happens quite a lot with cheaters. You did the right thing and will be better off for it, even though it sucks right now." OP says, "Thank you. I'm gonna hijack your comment since it's the most popular. Sorry. I didn't expect to log back in with so much attention on my post. I wasn't even sure if people remembered the first one. I want to say thank you to everyone for all of the kind things that have been said. I'm gonna go through all the comments, so even if I don't reply, I promise I saw yours. I haven't spoken to almost anyone in my real life about this, so I just needed to tell someone and let it out. I figured Reddit was the best place since I'm anonymous and the embarrassment won't be as high, and I know being embarrassed is irrational, but that doesn't mean that I can just turn it off. It's been a struggle, but it gets easier, and every day the urge to go and forgive her and beg her to take me back lessens a little bit more. It just sucks, you know? What I'm saying is just, thanks guys." Damn. So you had no red flags she cheated on you? Did you know the guy? OP says, "I knew of him, but didn't actually know him. He and my ex were co-workers when it happened. No idea if there was an emotional side of the affair before it progressed. Looking back, there are red flags that I didn't see until now. I trusted her, so I was blind to everything else. Sucks to be in the situation, OP. Also sucks having to sift through a bunch of shitty advice on Reddit to get anything substantial. A lot of Redditors have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to relationships. The least you can do, however, is vent to Kate a little. Having one friend to do that helps with maintaining your sanity." OP says, "This is the truest comment I've come across. But with this update, I've gotten a lot of messages from people who have been through the same thing. I appreciate the advice, but the camaraderie and 'sorry dude, that sucks' comments are pretty nice, not gonna lie. Sometimes you just have to feel like shit, you know?" I respect that, OP. You know, that was also another possible explanation for her shitty, insecure behavior that she was projecting. I gotta start adding that to my own arsenal. Glad that the Reddit advice did help, despite all of the teenagers and children that come to the comments and give the most questionable advice possible to you in these situations. And I see it in the comments of these videos where people are like, "What the hell was that? What was bro saying in the comments? Do they have a brain?" Beats me, guys. I am not the Reddit comments, even though I sound like the Reddit comments half the time. I am just the messenger. Do not shoot me. Glad that she outed herself as the monster she is, OP. Thank you for the story and thank you for the update. Am I the asshole here for telling my wife she makes traveling no fun? So my wife, 38 female, and I, 36 male, have been together for 8 years. We live in my home state of Arkansas. She's from San Diego. Every year she wants to visit home. We used to fly, but we have a kid who is 2 female, and she now wants to drive. I have no problem using all of my vacation days for this. She lives here. Traveling is a pain because she overpacks. I used to fill my CX-7 full, but work gave me a $900 car allowance, and we used that to get a full-size Suburban. This time, she loaded that full. I mean front passenger to the ceiling so I can't see the mirrors full. We didn't use hardly any of it. Every stop I carried everything into the hotel because she was afraid it would get stolen. It's 3 days each way. Got through it, told her that she makes traveling miserable because she is also super late. I tell her 10 a.m., she might arrive by noon. So every day we don't leave the hotel until 12. She then insists that we drive until midnight. Ugh, unfun. Anyway, this weekend I was sent on a work conference. They got me a sweet hotel room, a week at a nice resort. Super excited. We were going to go and leave the baby. The day before, she cancels my mum watching to bring our child. Fills the Suburban full again. Mind you, it's my work trip. 5 days, 5 nights. Most of the stuff was just overpacking. She brought a tote of blankets, 1 of towels, 2 of her clothes. Totes. I told her she makes it miserable. The hotel always gets cluttered and full, the night before we leave is always a mess trying to pack, and her organizing stuff that she brought that never gets used. She freaked out, told me I just want to go hook up and cheat at these things. I invited her, and she is filing for a divorce because I told her, "You're overpacking and insisting we fill every vehicle full and always being late makes me miserable." We were 3 hours late leaving to get to the conference, so I missed the networking opening night, which is where, in my industry, people tend to click up afterwards to a degree. I missed going to the best vendor events, etc., because she insisted that I don't leave because she was overwhelmed with how messy the hotel room was. Mind you, it was all the stuff that she brought, took out of totes, and never used, and the toddler then destroyed. Am I the asshole here? In the comments, NoFix says, "Not the asshole." Personally, I think your wife is crazy pants for wanting to drive 20 plus hours both ways between San Diego and Arkansas with a 2-year-old instead of flying. I've made that trip twice without kids, and it was torture. I feel like she's making it harder for y'all to travel, not easier. The bottom line is that she went with you on a work trip, made you late, accused you of wanting to cheat, and threatened to divorce you. None of those things are okay, OP. I love long drives and making that trip alone, or with my girlfriend or a trusty dog. Sounds like a perfect vacation for me, but doing it with a 2-year-old? Please just kill me now. Does she always threaten divorce so casually? Next time tell her, "Sure, I'll call the lawyer tomorrow and start that up," and see her face dropping at calling her stupid bluff. She sounds really annoying to travel with. Is she also a hoarder? Because, she's definitely got some kind of anxiety issue going on. Lots of warning signs in OP's post. She needs some mental health assistance for sure. This, insisting on going with the baby, overpacking, and then not letting him leave the room basically, to a work function, and then threatening divorce over the situation is not right. As someone who grew up with an OCD mum, this is all so familiar. For what it's worth, I have a really weird relationship with my mum because her OCD focused a lot on protecting me. I moved out at 18. OP should definitely get her help. Back up to the post, there's some edits. 1. Yes, I am involved in raising our child. I actually packed for our trip. I had 1 bag for baby to go to mum's, toys, diapers, food, etc., a big bag, but 1 large suitcase, and I had a bag packed for my wife and 1 for me. 2. Yes, she has ADHD. 3. She always says she doesn't want to do this, and then the trip comes and she does it. 4. I am not a cheater. She accused me of it last time I went solo. I am exhausted. If she left me, I think I'd be done with relationships. My own mental health is wrecked. 5. My boss wasn't mad. He found the whole thing hilarious when I told him. He skipped half of the conference himself. My job wasn't threatened, but to me it was. 6. I tried the whole packing thing for her and me. I've tried to just accept her issues, but it's gotten worse. When we first got together, she needed a large checked bag for a 2-day trip to Las Vegas. Now she needs an entire Suburban for a week trip. 7. One of the issues is the vehicle is so full. If it was just the back, I might be able to deal, but it's so full, I can't even see the side mirror. I've expressed how unsafe that is, and she doesn't care, she just yells that I don't understand. 8. Yes, she comes from a hoarder background. Those that watch the podcast, Certified Assholes, that I do with Jack, you'll know that we already covered this one and talked about it extensively, but now it has an update, so of course, I'm gonna retread old ground. And one of the issues that I focused on heavily there was they pointed out how dangerous it was to pack the car so full you can't see out the side mirrors, let alone the rear window. I think OP's wife is out of her damn mind. He has been enabling her behavior because he doesn't want to rock the boat and he thinks that it'll get better over time, but doesn't recognize that the OCD hoarding mentality that she has will only get worse the longer it's allowed to fester. And her worries and anxieties have gotten so hard to the point where he tries to put any boundaries up with her at all to be like, no, We came on a work trip. I need to get to my work conference. You are going to get me fired. She's like, you're cheating on me, aren't you? That's why you hate me and you don't want to leave the hotel room without helping me out with my mess. It's because you're cheating. Oh, okay. Like, my brother, I understand you are deeply enmeshed in this situation. You are married to this woman. You have a child with this woman. But she is far beyond saving. She does not want to get help. She doesn't recognize how bad things are for herself. She refuses to acknowledge how bad she is making everything for you. You are not the problem here. But I genuinely believe in my heart of hearts, this relationship cannot continue. And like, as I was saying, with the Suburban being so full and making you drive the entire 20 hours and all of the stress that she's putting on you, you are lucky that you didn't crash and kill everyone in that car. She's already destroyed your mental health. She put everyone's lives in danger so many different times, and now she's accusing you of cheating. Bro, for your own sake, leave her. Your child is already on the back foot with having a mother like that is going to destroy that child's mental health as well. So good luck with that, and do whatever you can to salvage the situation with your child so that they are not completely mentally messed up. And now, on to the updates. About a month ago, I told my wife that she makes traveling no fun. I posted before we left for our drive home, and since then, it's been a whirlwind. We got home. I wanted to talk, but she said we were fine. I called a counselor and got us more couples therapy and set her up with one who specializes in trauma that causes hoarding. She did not call a lawyer. She threatened again, so I dialed one on her phone and put it on speaker and walked away. Not my best moment. However, since then we have attended 4 sessions together and she has gone to 5 apart. I spent all of my savings to hire some people to come in and help her clean for a week. We threw away 2 40-yard dumpsters fairly full of stuff. The cleaner put her car, the one that she puts my daughter in daily, out, and established a routine of only her purse and diaper bag go up front. The rest is trunk only. I've had to go through it daily and remove stuff. I once let it go for 4 days, and it was full again. We're going to see her family in December. I made it very clear if the vehicle is loaded full, I'm going to the airport and flying with our daughter, and she can make the trip herself. We made the packing lists already. The boot of the Suburban can be full, but nothing above the boot cover, and nothing besides a small cooler and purse and diaper bag up front. I bought refundable tickets for my daughter and I to fly to and from San Diego if she fills the vehicle and throws a fit. Now, how is our quality of life? She seems happy. Her family says she is happier than ever. She has always wanted a clean house and car, but fights me when I clean up, even now, as she was about to do it. I am miserable. I'm constantly picking up the car, the yard, the house. I let it go 2 days once and got screamed at for sabotaging her. I talked to a lawyer myself. Not to move forward, but to protect myself. My boss actually has me in line for a promotion, which is great. Only problem is, if our marriage ends and she moves back to California, then I would be stuck in a 2-year deal at work. So I'm currently very nervous about career advancements when I am miserable personally. Edit, I forgot to add the cheating part. She confessed she was nervous I would cheat because I'm not the ugliest guy around and you work hard. So if you hate me, then you would have options. Jesus, mental illness Batman, what is that? I have no idea if she's cheating, and I'm kind of at a point where I don't care. I'm 100% checked out. As a follow-up from last episode, guys, she's not going to admit to it, but it's probably projection on her part. We all know the classic, husband's trying to open up the marriage, and it's much easier for the wife to get play than the husband. He obviously doesn't want to cheat. It would be much easier for her to cheat. I reckon she's projecting. In the comments, this doesn't sound like she's doing any work to help improve things, but you've somehow been convinced to do more, which is not sustainable. Have either of you addressed her verbally abusing you in therapy? Document everything. And I mean it. Even if you aren't sure, start documenting. Put cameras up, get recordings, photos, timestamp things. She 100% will not be safe with a baby alone. Plus, she cannot leave to California without a judge or anyone once filed. Protect yourself. This is the answer. As miserable as it is, Opie should take that promotion with the 2-year contract and spend that 2-year period documenting everything on every level. Wait a few days before cleaning to have evidence of how bad she lets it get. Definitely use cameras, and then after 2 years of advancing at work and gathering evidence, divorce and go for full custody. It's sad, but hoarders almost never get better. And it's not sustainable for him to clean up her mess together. Even the 2 years is going to be hard as shit. You are burning yourself up to keep her warm. Eventually, if this stays the same, your child will be doing that as well. That kid's going to grow up learning that the only person whose happiness matters is mummy's, that she must be appeased at all times. Don't rock the boat, keep the peace, and for the family are phrases she's going to hear her entire life. When she has her own partner, she's going to put her mother over the partner. How many stories do we see from frustrated partners whose mother-in-laws interfere and their partners don't defend them or stand up to their toxic mother? One day her partner's going to be posting, asking if they're insane because mother-in-law's being a bitch, everyone is kowtowing to her, and no one's standing up. It's sad. Poor kid's in for a lifetime of putting herself last to appease a woman who will not be grateful for any of it, enabled by her father who refuses to acknowledge how serious it all is. This is terrible, and I'm not sure why you're putting up with it. You picking up after her every day is not making her better. It's enabling her. Are you okay with your daughter living like this? What about her learning that it's okay to keep a house or car messy so long as she finds a man to clean up after her? You are doing no one in that house any favors. Why are you even giving her the option to drive to California? I would tell her that you can't do it anymore and just fly. Period. End of story. You are treating her like a child who doesn't know how to clean up after themselves, not a wife. When it comes to the job promotion, would it pay enough for you to hire a nanny if you divorce? Does your wife work, and could she support a child if she tries to get full custody? Your boss sounds great, and he may be willing to work with you if you do divorce and you need a little flexibility. Her family saying that she's happy means nothing. They aren't dealing with her daily, and they don't see how bad it is. If they give you a hard time, send them pictures of what you have to deal with each day. OP replies, I don't know why I am giving the option of driving. She wants to, and I don't have the will to fight anymore. The only reason I'm doing anything is because my kid deserves better, and she deserves a mother that loves her, and my wife does. I see the care and love for her. She works full-time as a teacher this year, so in theory, yes. The way she spends money, no, but the financials say yes. My boss thinks the whole thing is hilarious. I had a near breakdown in my office one day. He heard about it from co-workers who were worried, and he took me to lunch and beers, but he was crystal clear. If I sign the promotion contract, I am his for 2 years. Her family's great, in small doses. They are the ones that will tell you they love you as you drown. Mine are the ones who will tell you to go fuck yourself as they drive 1,500 miles to help you move. Back up to the post, edit 2. So many responses. So why haven't I cut the cord? Well, because she's my wife, and we said for better or worse. How can I walk away from her when she's not doing okay without giving it the good old college try? Plus, I was raised as divorce is not an option. I gave myself until Christmas 2026. If it's not better then I'm pulling the plug. Oh my god, OP, don't say that. I'm picking up every day because counseling said that it would help, and also, as people rightfully pointed out last time, my daughter doesn't deserve this. I want a clean home, so I do it myself. Is it defeating to come home every day and the kitchen table is covered with random stuff that she got out because she was going to bake, but never did, and the bed is covered with totes of clothes that she was going to sort? Sure. Do I want to go through the guest room every 3 days because she destroys it? Not figuratively, but gets stuff out in it, or brings things into it, and I want it to be guest ready at all times? No, I don't. But it's the price that I pay. If I don't do it, our house is shit, and our kid doesn't deserve it. If I leave, I'm hurting someone with mental illness. All I'm doing right now is destroying someone, and that's someone being myself. And when I finally walk away, I can honestly say I did my best. Yes, I am documenting her car and the house when I get home and when I leave. I'm probably enabling right now, but if it goes the way that it probably will, I'm going to be fighting to keep my daughter. Part of this going above and beyond is so that I can be the better parent, because people before, in that last post I did, were right. I wasn't protecting my kid. As for her claiming that I am sabotaging, I must have worded it wrong. When I clean up, she's mad because she was going to do it in a minute, even though it's been days. And for those wondering about work, I am full-time. She works full-time now as a teacher, started back a few days ago. I had hoped she would stay home full-time to raise our daughter, as that's why I took this job. Don't love it, don't enjoy it, but it pays the bills and provides a good quality of life, but it's what she says she needs. And for the people messaging me about using the word boot, I'm from Arkansas, but there's this thing called a plane, and I have worked all over and even enjoyed a TV show or two that wasn't Walker, Texas Ranger. I also call carts at the store trolleys, partly to mess with people and partly because it entertains me, and mainly because it's become a habit. Don't worry, OP, you are an honorary Aussie in my eyes. We also call it the boot, and we also call it the trolley. British as those words may be, you're a bloody Aussie in my eyes. Okay, so my headcanon theory about all of this as it stands, because obviously this story is not over yet, it seems that OP is in deep denial about the situation, but they're also aware of how bad things are. Everything around him is obviously on fire and he's enabling it, which is making her worse. And I have doubts that the counselors told him to go clean things up, because surely common sense would be don't enable a hoarder. Don't clean up after them, because they're just going to see the voids that you're creating and they're not going to switch off the anxiety they have in their head. They'll be like, no, must fill the void with stuff. And for OP, everything is on fire around him. He constantly tries to put fires out. She sets things ablaze with twice the intensity of the fire that he put out. And he's like, you know what? Everything's fine. This is fine. I'm actually not going to leave her until Christmas 2026. Let me just put the date as far back as possible so I have a reason to stay, because I can prove to everyone that I'm strong and resilient and that I love my daughter by continuing to allow my daughter to be exposed to this nutcase, who also went back on her word about being a stay-at-home mum because she needs this. So she's not even going to be there 24/7 to look after our daughter, who I agreed on the lifestyle split of me working full-time, her being full-time parent. No, she's walked that off. I'm just going to completely let that fly because she needs it. But I'm also not going to divorce her straight away and go for full custody and stop her from kidnapping my daughter and abandoning this beautiful state of Arkansas the moment that she gets a whiff of divorce coming from me. Brother man OP, please go get some serious help for yourself, with friends, with your boss, with people that care about you, your family. Go get some individual counseling, protect yourself, protect your daughter, make sure she can't run away with that child, and you make a better life for her. Please come back in the future with good news that you've done everything that has been asked of you in the comments, and please don't mess this up. Please, God, for your child, don't mess this up. Our next post is by user StockAd8565, and it's titled, Am I the arsehole here? I won't let my sister meet my son because of her views on surrogacy. When my husband, 32 male, and I, 28 male, told our families about our intentions to have a child within the next year, my sister, 34 female, is the only one who reacted with anything other than support. For our first baby, my husband and I decided on going the surrogacy route. My sister seemingly took this as a personal attack. She spent the rest of the dinner my parents were hosting essentially ranting about how surrogacy is misogynistic, exploitative, and that we are gross for wanting to rent a woman's body. Okay, sure. You can have your thoughts on the process, but it didn't end there. Every time we gave an update to family and she was in attendance, she would make it a point of reminding us how she felt. Our son was born a little over 2 months ago. We've been keeping him to ourselves since he was born so his immune system strengthens, but we've been slowly introducing him to more people lately. My husband's parents came over 2 weeks ago, and then my parents came last weekend. Yesterday, my sister texted to ask when she could meet the baby, and I told her I didn't particularly want someone around him who was so against his entire existence. I said that if she had it her way, my son wouldn't even be here. She says I'm being unfair, but I just can't imagine her around my child when she was so adamantly disdainful towards us during his conception and throughout the pregnancy. Am I the asshole here? Edit, my husband and I are both men. It's in the first line of the post. In the comments, my grandma would say, you burn a blister, you sit on it. She should have chosen her words more carefully if she didn't want them to come back and haunt her. Is your grandma Dutch? This guy said some Dutch words here, and it translates to, who burns their butt must sit on the blisters. It's a common Dutch phrase. She was from the Appalachian Mountains in Kentucky. Basically the same thing. Really? Not the asshole. My husband and I did IVF after years of infertility. A family member was very open about how IVF was a sin and even called my unborn child an abomination and a lab rat. We still have very limited contact with this person and have never, nor will ever, allow them to be alone or in close contact with our child. There are certain events where this person cannot be avoided, but we keep our distance. Like, you don't have to agree to the steps someone takes to build their family, but you can keep those negative thoughts to yourself. There is no need to keep that negativity around something as happy as a baby. I got a ton of backlash for doing genetic testing from certain family, so there is always that one. Always. I'm like, okay, you made your feelings known loud and clear. This is me letting mine be known. Of course, other family members think that we've been too harsh, but I don't care. I don't think that you're an asshole at all in this situation, OP. I understand people are very vocal about their views on things like surrogacy, but surrogacy is a goddamn blessing to so many people that can't have kids themselves, to one partner in a couple that is infertile, or women that are unable to carry a baby to term. There are so many people out there as well that do surrogacies themselves more than once, and they are more than happy to do that for others because they themselves want to be surrogates. They don't view it the same way that this sister views surrogacy. And because she continues to impose her worldview on you, the family, and whoever the hell else is unfortunately a victim of her crimes against the ability to hear and comprehend, there is and will be consequences to those actions that she has taken. If she was so opposed to your son's existence, I don't see why she should be able to have the honor of being in your son's life, of seeing your son, of interacting with him. She's not exactly living by her worldview. She wants to deny his existence, shame you for bringing him into the world through surrogacy, and then also have the benefits of playing family with him. I say don't let her have that. And now, on to the update. So my husband and I made the decision to allow my sister to meet our son a few weeks ago. It was my Nana's birthday, and we thought that it would be best to give things a try. Things went well until the topic of us having more children came up. My cousin asked us if or when we planned on having another baby. My sister piped up with, I hope you meant it when you said you were going to adopt this time. I know it's not the most egregious of mistakes, but the fact that she still feels so comfortable voicing her opposition to how our son was conceived shows that nothing has changed. We gave her a chance, and now we know we still can't trust her. We called my parents the next day and let them know what happened and how it made us feel. I just can't trust her around my child or possible upcoming children. I truly think that if we adopted in the future, she would, at best, show some kind of favoritism, or at worst, blatantly tell our children that one of them was unethical. We're trying to make this as non-disruptive as possible for my parents. I told them that we would try to find childcare for birthdays and other non-holiday events so that we could still attend, but that our son would obviously be with us on Christmas, Thanksgiving, etc. I'm not asking them to choose between me or my sister, but that we would have to find an alternate day to celebrate if she's invited to holiday parties, or that we would have to stagger times so that we won't be there at the same time. I appreciate the advice on my last post. This has been frustrating to say the least. In the comments, Crazy for Swayze 420 says, "Not the asshole. Just do Christmas and Thanksgiving with in-laws and do your family after the fact for Christmas. I lived 2 hours from grandparents, so they took turns, kinda like child custody. 1 year this side came, the next the other, and then we go to their hometown like a week after Christmas and do a mini celebration with the side that we didn't see on the actual day. Just see your family at the time when your sister isn't around. No. Do not hide your son from birthdays and stuff like that. If ever there was a time to make your parents choose, this is it." OP says, "I clarified this in another comment, but this was always just a near future kind of arrangement. We never planned on doing this once our son is old enough to be aware of these events. But you're right. Even doing it now sets a bad precedent, doesn't it? The more I think about it, the angrier I get all over again. If your son stays home on those events, then you should probably stay home too, with your husband. All of you show up, or none of you. I think you're a sensitive dad, very clearly trying to protect your son from the negativity that is your sister. Chin up, you've got this. You gave her a second chance. You were fair, and she blew it. There shouldn't be a third chance or a fourth chance or whatever. I applaud you for telling your parents that when it comes to holidays, we'll celebrate on alternate days so that you don't have to choose between your children. You sound like a real stand-up guy, and I don't know what your sister's hang-up is. You would think she would be overjoyed with you bringing any child into the family, whether it was adopted or a surrogate. Congratulations on your son and any other children that you bring into your marriage/family. I don't know what your sister's hang-up is, but you were definitely not the asshole for trying to keep your son away from all of that drama." Am I the asshole for giving my pregnant girlfriend an ultimatum? My girlfriend Jen and I have been together for 4 years. Back in April, 2 great things happened. We found out Jen is pregnant, and I closed on a house for us to move into. Our family and friends know about the pregnancy, including Jen's best childhood friend, Amanda. I will admit, I never liked the dynamic between Amanda and Jen, but it didn't really affect our relationship since Amanda lived across the country. After finding out about the pregnancy, Amanda decided to move back home. We live in Jen and Amanda's hometown. Amanda has been back since late May, and all hell has broke loose. Jen's always felt a little self-conscious in our relationship. I work construction and do personal training. She feels intimidated by small girls, but I have no idea why. She's a sexy AF woman with amazing curves. Amanda has done nothing but played into Jen's insecurities and anxieties since being back. Jen and I have never been the tracking location couple or looking through phones couple. We always considered that a red flag in a relationship. Amanda has convinced Jen that she needs to start doing that, so she's been looking through my phone on the regular and finding nothing. I've communicated my hurt and frustration and that I think she needs to distance herself from Amanda, but she kept rebuffing my concerns. About 2 weeks ago, Jen asked again to look through my phone. I told her in no uncertain terms that this will be the last time she looks through my phone. If she again sees nothing suspicious, then she needs to agree to go to counseling and distance herself from Amanda. She agreed, looked through my phone, and found nothing suspicious, but she soon reneged on her promise to do counseling and distancing herself from Amanda. I decided to move out. We're currently on a month-to-month lease in an apartment until renovations get done on the house I bought. I'm staying with a friend until the house is ready, and then I will move in alone. Jen has asked me to reconsider. I refuse. She will likely need to move in with her mother, which is not ideal given the limited space, which I feel terrible about, for my child. Am I the asshole? Edit. 1. I'm fully aware that Jen has raging hormones. Trust me. I was dealing with a lot more than just her insistence on searching my phone constantly. 2. I've been doing individual counseling for 6 years. I want to do couples counseling and Jen to do individual counseling. 3. I left because Jen lied to me. Okay, so I'm going to give my opinion first because the bulk of this video will just be the comment section of this first post and the unhinged projection coming from a group of Redditors. But I'm just going to say I think Amanda is full-on, full steam ahead projection and putting her own insecurities directly into Jen's head and then kind of, in a way, enabling Jen to lose her mind and destroy the relationship that Jen has with OP. I would put money on the fact that Amanda's projections come from the fact that she herself embodies those qualities that she has made Jen so fearful and anxious about. I think Jen was stupid to not do what OP wanted here in this situation and distance herself from Amanda. When your partner gives you a reasonable ultimatum, I feel like it's your duty, especially with a child on the way, to listen to them, take them to heart, and follow through with it. Because what, do you really value Amanda over your relationship with the father of your child? Especially when your behavior has dramatically changed. He has proven that he is a good man, that he is not cheating on you, and yet you still insist to cross those boundaries that he set up? Yeah, no, Jen's a complete idiot. Jen asked for this. Jen is the asshole in this story. As much as Amanda sucks, Amanda did not force Jen to burn down her relationship with OP. Amanda did not have a gun to Jen's head and said, "Do this or I'm pulling the trigger." This entire situation is all on Jen. She's to blame. She sucks. Now let's get ready for a lovely journey in the comments. Glinda the Witch says, "Tell her the counseling is still on the table, but don't live together until you get to a point where she trusts you and ditches her friend." Redditor 1, downvoted, says, "You're the asshole. Is this post even for real? You have a child on the way. Your girlfriend's hormones, anxiety, and insecurities are raging, and you've given her an ultimatum, then disappeared, leaving her alone and potentially having to move in with her mum? You say that you've closed on a house, not a family home. You've closed on a house that you may or may not let her live in, depending on her behavior. I just feel sorry for this child, to be honest." Redditor 2 downvoted says, "Can't believe this comment is so far down. OP's the asshole for abandoning his pregnant girlfriend and child. Statistically, men cheat more while women are pregnant, and on top of that, pregnancy hormones taking over emotions, rational thought, physical changes. It's a trip. Counseling's a good idea. Medication might be too." Ah yeah, Redditor 2. Yeah, he's the one cheating in this situation, of course, just because statistics say it. Would it also not hurt to have a mature, supportive partner instead of a tantrum-throwing, moves out of the house, abandoning jerk? Does OP not realize there will be an actual baby now, so he has to stop acting like one? What happens when single dad OP has to deal with projectile poop from an infant? Will he leave the country? Every time I read posts like this, I thank whatever god or gods exist that I ended up with a partner that is so ride or die for me and our kid, there would literally be no problem that he wouldn't insist we work through to get to a solution. Abandoning your pregnant girlfriend and child is some weak-ass nonsense. Be a grown-up, work through difficulties. Hate to break it to OP, but shit's not gonna get easier when you add a baby to your life. But it's better with a partner. Why isn't Redditor 2 saying this to the girlfriend? The fuck? She's the one that blew the relationship up. Anyway, OP replies, "Statistically, men cheat more while women are pregnant, and on top of that, pregnancy hormones take over emotions, rational thought, physical changes, da-da-da-da-da. Medication might be too." This would be like me accusing Jen of racism based on nothing more than the fact that I am black and she is white. And she refuses counseling. Couples and individual. They also say, would also not hurt to have a mature, supportive partner instead of a tantrum-throwing, moves out of the house, abandoning jerk. OP says, "Have no idea where you got that I threw a tantrum. I told her I was moving out and calmly moved out. She followed me crying. At one point grabbed my arm and yelling in my ear that I am not moving, and ended the night by trying to block the doorway to the apartment to prevent me from driving off. Does OP not realize that there will be an actual baby boy now and he has to stop acting like one? What happens is, I dealt with it. I am the oldest of 4 and had 2 drug addict parents, and of the 2 of us, I have far more experience taking care of babies. Hate to break it to OP, but shit's not gonna get easier when you add a baby to your life, but it's better with a partner. I wish I felt like I had a partner right now. I do not. I was getting yelled at, screamed at, accused of cheating every which way because I don't want to have sex with this person who is treating me like shit, etc. In fact, our conversations since I moved out have drastically improved in quality. Redditor 3 enters the Colosseum. Downvoted. They say lying is not okay, but causing her house uncertainty and stress while carrying a baby is worse. She wants reassurance that you aren't cheating, and she wants to know she can still have sex with you safely and not risk her child getting STIs. And I don't understand why looking through a phone is a big problem unless you are hiding something. She's carrying a baby. This is major. If you're planning a future for her and your child, she should be listed as the owner as well.
No?
In a marriage, you share everything. Here she is carrying a baby and risking her health, but you don't do anything to protect them and make their welfare worse. OP says she wants reassurance you aren't cheating. I don't understand why looking through a phone is a big problem unless you're hiding something. Jen has straight up told me that if I ever searched through her phone on the 3rd time, she would likely leave me. Editor Marky here. I'd like to revisit this point. She said that she'd leave him on the 3rd time of him doing that to her, yet she expects him to be all hunky-dory when she looks through his phone so many times. Rules for thee, but not for me. Hypocritical ass Jen saying, yeah, if you did that to me, yeah, then I'd leave you. But, actually, it's really chill when I do it. It may not be a big deal to you, but it is in our relationship. And to even think I would risk harming her or our kid is truly insane. If she thinks I'm that sort of monster, she should not be with me, period. She's carrying a baby. This is major. If you're planning on a future with her and your child, she should be listed as the owner as well. I am not going to put her on the house if she's not on the mortgage. That makes no sense to me. In a marriage, you share everything. Here she is carrying a baby and risking her health, but you don't do anything to protect them and make their welfare worse. I pay for 100% of all of the costs associated with the pregnancy. Redditor 3 is back and says, but no ring, no house. You like the control, but you aren't the provider/protector. OP says, lol, I am not the holdup on the ring. She is. She wants a very particular type of wedding, one that we cannot afford right now. It is her desire for a particular wedding that is the holdup. I was willing to go down to the courthouse 2 years ago, but I will take poor assumptions for $1,000, Alex. And again, I pay for 100% of the baby cost. How is that not being a provider? Redditor 3 says, providing shelter and protection is the main role of a dad. OP replies, and I am providing those. I pay for the apartment that she's in right now. I pay all the utilities too, and I bought a house for my kid. And I am more than willing to have her move in if she will actually go to counseling with me. She refuses. I do not think that I'm being a good provider if we do not address the relationship, which she is unwilling to do. Redditor 4. It doesn't make sense that Amanda decided to move home after hearing about Jen's pregnancy. Grown adults, even best friends, don't upend their life because their best friend is pregnant. My guess is that something happened with Amanda and now she's back in their hometown and wants Jen to put her first over the boyfriend. OP replies, she had a bad breakup about 6 months ago. I don't know all the details. She works remotely and her company's home office is located here, so not much upending that she had to do. Redditor 5, downvoted, says, so as soon as the going got tough, you decided to bail on your pregnant partner because she feels insecure about her changing body and is acting in a way that is consistent with being pregnant, hormonal, and easily threatened by you working in close proximity with non-pregnant women? Can't wait to see how you respond to a toddler. OP says, I have 2 drug addict parents and I was the eldest of 4. I was effectively raising toddlers when I was in elementary school. I left because she lied to me. Jen spent about 30 minutes searching through my phone 3 to 4 days a week for a month. I left because she promised if I let her do it again, she would do counseling and start distancing herself from Amanda. She searched and refused unapologetically to do what she agreed to. How old are you and Jen and the friend? OP says, me 29, Jen 26, Amanda 26, ? Redditor 3 comes back, insisting that OP is the villain of the story. Redditor 3 downvoted says, can't this conversation wait until well after the postpartum period so that it isn't causing undue stress to mum and baby? Causing stress to both is dangerous. Your feelings about your privacy should take a back seat to their health and well-being. OP replies, Jen's responses and conversations with me have been far calmer and relaxed since I moved out than at any point in the 6 weeks before I moved out. Living with me was not a source of calm at all for Jen. I see no evidence that living separately is causing more stress than when we live together. In fact, my interactions suggest the opposite. Redditor 3 says, that's likely her mum giving her care. It's fine, but my guess is that you're okay with your child growing up in 2 households. You likely won't be invited for the birth. It's a sad state. Oh, shut up, Redditor 3. You're so insane. I can't with this guy. OP says, she's not currently living with her mum, and her mum is solidly on my side. I've been to the last 2 prenatal appointments since I moved out. There is nothing indicating that I will not be invited to the birth. She has treated me exponentially better since I have moved out. Honestly, these 2 weeks have shown that she is capable of treating me well while pregnant. Redditor 3 says, well, then maybe you both are better off without each other. It's too bad for your child. She doesn't have to invite you to the birth, that's what I'm saying. Often, it causes undue stress at the time to have an ex-partner in the room, so it's often recommended that they don't be in the room. OP says, she doesn't have to invite me to the birth if we were married. I have no right to be in the room regardless of the state of our relationship, but there's also nothing preventing me from being there. And she keeps sending me updates on the birthing plan to add to my list of things to make sure I have, so all indications are that she still wants me there. Redditor 3 says, you're lucky then. But like you said, you don't have the right to be there regardless. It's less likely that you'll be there if you're broken up. No offense, but having been through birth 3 times, I wouldn't want an ex there during that time. It's often suggested that exes not be there so that it doesn't stress out the mum and baby. A supportive, caring partner? Sure, but an ex? No. Even if they are caring and supportive exes. But all the best to your child. I hope that birth goes well and that both are healthy. All of Redditor 3's comments in this thread are downvoted and have people disagreeing with them and or calling them out. Oh my god, this is such an unhinged thread. What is wrong with all of these people just making the utmost of assumptions and being like, well, it's like that in my head, so that has to be reality. She might be telling you that you're coming to the birth and telling you to bring all these things and be prepared for the birth, but I don't think you deserve to be there. And you know what? You should go jump off a cliff because that's what you deserve for breaking up with a pregnant woman. You gotta kowtow to her every desire. Like, bro, that's the energy Redditor 3 is giving off. Jesus Christ, Redditor 3, go get therapy. And now, onto the update. So Jen and I met up earlier this week to discuss our relationship after she had sent some text messages. She apologized for how she behaved towards me. She particularly apologized for how she behaved when I moved out of the apartment. And we covered these comments that are both mentioned here. She said she will definitely stop searching my phone if I moved back in. She also said she was ready to get engaged. She historically had been the holdup in us getting engaged or married, as I talk about here. I asked why she started searching my phone in the first place. She said she really did not know. Jen said she had seen me get hit on before by girls in my personal training work and shut the women down, even before we were dating. She trusted that I would do that generally, but she's feeling self-conscious about her body and thinks maybe I would be tempted to not do that now. Apparently Amanda's ex was a guy who got hit on by girls and would shut them down in front of her, but was secretly cheating with some of them. But I said, if you saw me rejecting these women before we were even dating, why would that change now? Why would I risk my license? She said she didn't have an answer. I told her that is why she needs counseling, to explore that. I asked if in the 6 or so weeks of searching my phone at least every other day, if she saw anything from me to any other woman that even hinted at romantic interest. She said no at first, but then laughed and commented that I did send a heart emoji to a group chat with Jen to a picture of her mum in a dress that she just bought. But she admitted that she has no suspicion whatsoever that I'm trying to get with her mum. She said she's not ready for counseling and is not ready to give up on Amanda, but she is going to move in with her mum in the next few weeks. I let her know that I cannot move back in with her until at least counseling is being started. She understood. I'm going to let the landlord know that we're terminating the lease at the end of September. She's sad that we're not living together, but understood where I'm coming from. She gave me a hug and a kiss, and that was the end of the conversation. She later sent me a text asking if I was okay with her still watching my videos. I had made some videos some months back for her viewing pleasure. I said, sure. It's so funny. Can I still get off to your nudes? Is that alright? Go ahead, babe. Her mum later texted and told me they had a long heart-to-heart about Jen and I's relationship. Yeah, and then you started hitting on her mum, you sick freak, OP. Reddit 3 be like. In the comments, Even Speech says, Jen needs counseling like yesterday. OP needs to look into getting a lawyer because she's going to have his baby, and if she doesn't have her head on straight by then, things can go really messy really fast. I wish you and your baby, and Jen too, the best moving forward. Redditor 7 says, she has no intention of changing or even pretending to. She's still refusing counseling and won't cut off a toxic influence that she admits is affecting their relationship. She's made it very clear where her priorities are. OP needs to sit down with her, and maybe with her mum present since she seems more rational, and discuss what custody is going to look like when the baby arrives. Make it clear that she will not be keeping him from his kid or making all the decisions herself. Keep notes on everything she says just in case. If they can't come to an amicable agreement now, get a lawyer involved ASAP. So basically she promised nothing, but you're getting back together? OP says, we are not getting back together. Then why are you talking about living together instead of how to split time and money for the baby? OP says, she asked me what it would take for me to consider living together again. I gave her my conditions. She is still refusing those conditions. We are at 22 weeks. We do not need to talk about custody and child support yet. Plus, I'm going to have my lawyer handle that when we get to that point. If you're not getting back together and she has intimate videos of you, you should tell her in writing to delete them and not allow her to keep them and keep watching them. Nothing good will come of that. Revenge porn is a crime, but it's hard to get that kind of thing taken down, especially if it's been disseminated across multiple platforms and shared by different people. OP says, I am completely unbothered by the fact that she has these videos. When I made the videos, I knew full well that they could later end up on the internet. I was assuming that risk. If she wants to keep using them, I have no problem with that. So, Jen admits that her suspicions were unfounded and is sad that they won't be living together, but refuses to change or get rid of a toxic friendship. It feels like she's waiting for OP to change his mind or feel bad about not living with a child once they're born and have everything magically go back to normal with no work on her end. She would really rather have Amanda in her life than her boyfriend and father of her child, yes? Maybe downvoted Redditor 3 should step up to be someone else's parent. This is it. Downvoted Redditor 3, it's your time to come back in. You can be the parent that stepped up. I believe in you, buddy. Your projection and her denial is going to be the perfect mix of trauma for the child. Let's make magic happen. Come on, guys. It's so funny because at the start of this post, there's like a trigger warning for projection from Redditors, and it was so much better than I thought it was going to be in these comments. But yeah, like Redditor 7 says and everyone else says, She has no intention of changing. She has no intention of even pretending to change. There's no saving someone like that. They are going to be the piece of shit that they have proven to be. The mask has well and truly slipped off that face and gone right up their ass with the stick that is up their ass. I saw someone saying that I say way too many cliches. Shut up. Cliches are funny. But yeah, I don't understand all the white knights that see her behaving in a toxic, negative, and just completely unagreeable way and go, you're the problem, OP. You're a man, so of course, anything a woman does is A-okay and great. She's actually girl bossing, but you're a man, so you need to step up. Or else Redditor 3 is gonna be the parent that steps up. Alright, buddy, watch out. That's genuinely the vibe that I'm getting from them. Their arguments are coming from nowhere besides, like, hatred for men. Genuinely, I feel that that is where all these arguments that were rightfully downvoted were coming from. OP genuinely did nothing wrong in this situation. How many people in these comments have enough patience for their partner every second day of the week for a month straight to be accusing them of cheating, to be looking through your phone constantly for like half an hour at a time, to always be anxious, upset, accusing you of cheating, not knowing where it's coming from, listening to their friend and saying all of this bullshit? How long can you really last with someone like that? I honestly would have like a 3-strike policy with that, where I'm like, this needs to stop now, or else I'm walking out, like OP did. What a saint for giving her a month. She deserved so much less than that. Anyway, that's my spiel. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I love long comments like that with deranged people. They are so funny. My wife's best friend decided to kiss me. This happened on Friday, and I've taken the weekend to process it, but I still don't know what to do. I somehow ended up kissing my wife's best friend, who we'll call Amy. Also, this is a throwaway account, as my main is too identifiable. For some backstory, on Friday, Amy needed someone to pick up her 3-year-old from daycare since she was working late and had a date planned. I didn't know about the date at the time. Amy is a single mum who left her abusive ex not long after their kid was born and is still involved in ongoing custody and abuse cases in court. My wife and I have been helping with childcare since the breakup, as Amy's ex and his family are apparently unreliable, and her own parents seem to have a similar attitude. We often help with daycare pickups or weekend babysitting, especially since Amy works odd shifts at the hospital. I spend more time with the child because I work a regular 9 to 5, and my manager is more relaxed than my wife's crazy schedule and boss. None of this has ever been an issue. In fact, it's helped my wife and I prepare for having our own child someday and understand the work that goes into parenting. We also know that Amy's going back to school in the fall to study healthcare and will likely need continued support with childcare. Our friends have pointed out that I've been playing dad for a child that's not mine, and this is what changed my wife and my minds on actually wanting our own kids. On Friday, I picked up the kid from daycare after work and stopped for groceries before heading home to pick up my wife and go to a friend's place for game night. They're also great with having the kid around. Around 8 p.m., Amy texted my wife that she was on her way to pick up the kid. When she arrived, she looked exhausted. I packed up the kid's things and carried him to the car. While swapping the car seat back into Amy's car, we made small talk about her day. That's when she mentioned that her date had flaked. He found out from a friend that she had a kid and hadn't told him. This isn't the first time that it's happened. My wife has told me about similar situations, and once, Amy's ex even harassed one of her dates who was likely a great fit 3 dates in. From what I understand, Amy prefers to disclose that she has a child in person rather than over text, as it's likely a touchy subject. She started crying, so I buckled the kid in and turned back to comfort her. Being the socially awkward penguin that I am, I didn't know how to handle the situation. I awkwardly patted her on the head, which felt wrong, so I offered a hug. During the hug, Amy looked up and kissed me. I froze. By the time I processed what happened, she had pulled away and said she should go home to bed. I was stunned, and I didn't know what to do, so I went back inside and continued game night. I told my wife that Amy's date had flaked. I know Amy caught her up on the details of the failed date on Saturday because my wife spilled the tea, but there was no mention of the hug or kiss. I still haven't told my wife about the kiss, and I'm not sure what to do. Part of me thinks I should tell her, but I worry that she'd lose a friend over what I believe was a lapse in judgment on Amy's part. And yes, I'm aware that I'll get my fair share of judgment from Reddit and from my wife for not telling her right away. I'll deserve it. Was this cheating? In the comments, Great Reset Bet says, 1. Tell your wife exactly as is. 2. No, it's not cheating, but God help you if Amy confesses first, and then you are capital F fucked, bro. And 3. You cannot ever be in isolation with Amy ever again. She loses that right permanently. No car rides alone. Nope. Permanently off the table. And stop playing father figure and family man for a family that isn't yours. Boundaries can prevent this from occurring again. I can see why a desperate woman might catch feelings under such circumstances, which is one of the many reasons why Opie and his wife should have really set some limits. Regardless of whose fault it was, your wife deserves to know, and it would be better that it came from you so that it doesn't come out any other way than the truth. I'm not saying Amy would lie and say you initiated it, but it would be best to have all of your ducks in a row and there isn't any discrepancy in the truth, because if Amy was the type of woman capable of kissing her friend's husband, then what else could she be capable of? It's also your wife's choice whether or not she wants to forgive her friend. You shouldn't gatekeep her choices. I'm sure you would want to decide whether or not you would want to keep your hypothetical friend if he had kissed your wife. A kiss without consent is wrong. Addressing it openly with your wife makes it clear that you value her trust over avoiding awkwardness. Yeah, I get the sense that Opie is feeling pretty icky about it, and rightfully so. She crossed several boundaries. And yeah, your wife might drop her as a friend, but who wants a friend who kisses your husband? The best friend is who fucked up, not OP. Opie's wife has done a lot for this woman. What a fucked up way to show your best friend gratitude and respect. Her way of showing gratitude to OP is also fucked up, and she showed absolutely no respect to him by doing that. Couldn't agree more, and I don't understand why you didn't just go into that games night and say, hey wife, can I see you in the kitchen for 2 secs? Let's go grab a drink. And then just tell her there what happened straight away. Why can you not do that with your wife? I know it's going to make things awkward a little bit at games night, and the mood is going to be weird maybe, given that your energy will change after something like that, but your marriage is more important than the vibes at game night. I wouldn't trust a friend that just kisses my wife like that. I'd have some serious feelings towards them for doing that, especially given the circumstances. You guys helped her out so much, and she turns around and in her grief of lying by omission to a date about having a child and being, I would say, rightfully walked out on. I think that's a deal breaker for so many people, and rightfully so. She comes to you for comfort, you give her your awkward turtle comfort, and she kisses you. No, that's not how you deal with your emotions. That's not an appropriate outlet for your grief. No. You're not evil, you're not a bad person for delaying this information getting to your wife, but you are stupid for not telling her straight away. Don't give her any reason not to trust you, OP. And now, onto the update. If you haven't read the previous post, it's clear that I had a lot to take away from this situation and work on. To clear up a couple of questions and comments, our friend group has a 13-year age gap from youngest to oldest. Most of us have or had siblings in the group, which is why we have such a difference in ages. I am autistic and have an issue with dealing with most uncomfortable situations. The kiss was on the lips, and yes, I froze in the situation. It didn't come across to me as anything other than odd. I thought about telling my wife right away, but was uncomfortable doing so in front of the others, so didn't at the time. It was playing on my mind for the rest of the game night and had me unsure what it was, and if it was important to tell her. After the initial post, I left work early to inform my wife what happened on Friday. After 2 long hours, we had a few things to deal with. We agreed I was wrong for not telling her about it right away, which is no surprise, but she was thankful I told her. We promised to work on our relationship and communication. After work the following day, following a commenter's advice, we took a trip to get out of town for a few days and go camping. This has helped us reconnect and reminded us of why we got married in the first place. We got back to town today, and my wife had invited Amy over in the evening to discuss what happened. My wife decided that she wanted to further talk about what happened in person after she spoke to her initially on Monday. So, the conversation on Monday with Amy. Following your advice, I suggested that my wife call Amy to confirm my story, so she did. Amy immediately confessed before my wife even had a chance to confront her fully. Amy said that she had been struggling recently and she needed support. The failed date and seeing me play the father figure, along with seeming to care about her day, made her feel wanted. She said that she felt awful immediately, and that is why she rushed home. This call went on for nearly an hour, where we discussed how we felt hurt as a couple and how we needed to set some boundaries. We agreed that we would be stepping back from helping with her and the kid for the time being, but agreed that if we were to help again, my wife would deal with most of it. My wife and I agreed that I wouldn't be left alone with Amy for some time, just to be sure, and this includes game nights. Amy said that she understood how we felt and continued to show remorse, so my wife, for some reason, invited her over today. Friday. So the two of them spoke for a few hours today about everything. They went back over the boundaries and what was expected if Amy was going to remain friends with us. Against what I think is the right choice, my wife and Amy are going to continue as friends for now. We are still going to help out, but the interactions that I have with Amy will be limited as I'm still not 100% sure of the whole situation. I know many of you will be against this, but we have set some ground rules on how often we help out. Amy agreed that looking for a partner right now will be the last thing on her list, and she will be focusing on her child, work, and mental health. Amy's already in counseling and is likely to need more time. We agreed that this was something not to be discussed with the wider friend group, as we're sure they all have very different opinions, and we all want to keep the peace. One key boundary that I think had made a massive difference of the outcome of this, and hopefully helped Amy understand the situation and how I felt, is that I won't be carpooling with Amy to work when she goes back to university in September. I work in the next city over, not far from the university. Before all this happened, I had agreed to take Amy into the city on my way to work for the few days that she has in-person lessons, as I will already be making the trip, and especially in the winter, the roads can get dangerous. I feel bad for this, but it was one of the things that my wife had reminded me that I would have been alone with her in the car for some time. Depending on how things go, I might be willing to offer this again, but I'm not sure if it's the right thing to do. My wife has gone to bed early tonight, as camping takes a toll on the body, and I'm left wondering about the whole thing, and hopefully things will go back to some sort of normal soon. Our marriage seems to still be intact, and we've shared a lot and discussed the feelings we have both been having about other issues in our relationship. Our marriage isn't perfect, but we're going to work on it and promise to not let things like this happen again. Turns out, when you communicate effectively, you both find out the things that annoyed us about the relationship, which made the whole kiss issue the least concerning. We both have a lot to work on when it comes to our relationship as a whole, but that's something that we are both willing to work on. I'm not sure if keeping Amy as a friend was a good idea, but I will have to see how this goes before approaching my wife. Was this the right thing to do? In the comments, I think you need to communicate with your wife that a friendship with Amy isn't something that you want to continue with. That when she kissed you, it made continuing being her friend impossible. Your wife seems to want to continue this friendship. However, if roles were reversed, and a man had kissed her without her consent, and you wanted to remain friends with that person, I imagine she would have a problem with this. Amy crossed a physical boundary that could have caused major issues in your marriage, as well as sexually moved on you in a highly inappropriate way. Just because Amy is a woman and you are a man doesn't make this any less of a sexual assault against you. I know your wife feels for Amy and considered her a friend, but she isn't one. You have a hard boundary. You don't want any friendship with Amy. Your wife is violating that boundary. Honestly, your wife sounds like a pushover. This whole friendship group sounds exhausting. I'm glad your wife didn't hold the situation against you, but I agree that Amy should be cut from your lives. I hope this doesn't blow up in your face, OP. Stay away from Amy. No communication, no phones, block on social media if you can, no carpooling, and limit talking to her kid. Focus on your wife. Does anyone else remember the post where OP, the husband, was being flirted with by his wife's friend, sometimes in front of the wife, and he was wildly uncomfortable, and his wife was just shrugging it off? Then there was the update where his wife admitted that she'd given her friend permission to treat him like a boyfriend, and she'd just never considered his feelings about it? Yes, I immediately thought of that one. Such a weird fucking plan that was so inconsiderate, devious, and unnecessary, and childish, and rude, and insensitive, and dickish. But oh no, Redditor 3 be like, well, actually, OP should forgive his wife, because did you know that people when they're pregnant don't want their ex in the wedding rooms, and that you have no right to be in the pregnancy room? God damn it, Redditor 3, get out of my head. But no, seriously, what this quote-unquote friend did was sexual assault. And that commenter was completely right to point out the double standard here. If it were a man forcing himself on OP's wife, and OP were to say, actually, we should continue helping him out with his child, it wasn't really that bad, I still want him to be in our lives, and I still want to be his friend, I feel like everyone would lose their shit and be like, he sexually assaulted a woman while she was vulnerable and alone. You can't allow this to continue. What if he steps it up? What if he continues and pushes her boundaries even more? Are you going to allow your wife to continue to be sexually assaulted in his presence? How can you trust those two alone? What if he makes a move on her? I have that exact same energy for this situation. I think OP needs to advocate for himself more and push his wife to cut that friend off. What she did was completely unacceptable. I don't care that they've made things right and she's trying to find an olive branch in this situation. There is no olive branch. If your partner is not okay with this friend that has, by all intents and purposes, sexually assaulted him, cut her off. I'm on OP's side here. I don't think keeping Amy as a friend was a good idea, OP. Fair enough, you want to see how this goes, but the right thing to do will be listening to your gut, having a stronger conversation with her, laying down your hard boundaries and being like, I don't want her anywhere near us. And you need to respect that. If you love me, if you are my wife, if you are my partner, you will remove her from our life. And that includes your life. Good luck with that, OP. Our next post is by user DogBiteThrowaway123, and it's titled, Dog Bit Home Intruder. Intruder's mother threatening to sue for medical costs. Throwaway for obvious reasons, but I live in an older home a stone's throw away from a frat row in a party school college town. Just over a year ago, a college student drunkenly entered my home via throwing his weight at my 150-year-old wooden door at around 1 a.m. When he entered, he woke us up and startled our large dog, who was most likely sleeping on the floor by the front door. The dog bit him, drew blood, and college student needed stitches. When we heard him entering the home, we called the police, who did a great job of coming quickly. They administered medical care to him, and one set of officers took him to the ER, while another set got a statement from us. We pulled our vaccine records for the dog, gave him the name to the vet, and so on. The next day, they called us to let us know that they had checked with the vet, and everything about our dog was ship-shape, and the dog was obviously contained appropriately and has no bite record, so they didn't impound him or anything, and chalked it up to doggy justice. They dealt with the student too, and communicated with us throughout the process, and after all the court dates, he received a fine and a misdemeanor. We did not attempt to escalate, as college student was drunk, was stupid, had no prior record, and hopefully learned from the experience, and our dog. Door and frame got replaced and strengthened with another lock. We had no idea how brittle that door was. This week, over a year later, we got a letter from a lawyer representing the student and his mum saying we can settle for the cost of the dog bite expenses, which they did not itemize or send a copy of the bill for or anything, just put the number on a letter, or they will sue us for the cost plus legal fees. My husband and I can't see how this can possibly hold up in court, considering he was technically breaking and entering and did receive a misdemeanor for that. My question is, do we even need a lawyer for this? Or can we just say, see you in court, and represent ourselves with a copy of the police report from the break and enter? We're sort of regretting letting it go so easily now. Ugh. How can he possibly sue us for the cost of the stitches and ER bill when he was criminally trespassing in our house and breaking our door down? It's not like our dog was just outside running around unsupervised or even on a leash or something. He's not an aggressive dog at all and had never before and never since bit anyone. I feel like he and his mum watched one of those ambulance chasing lawyer commercials and took the bait. In the comments, the Pat Man says, or we can just say, see you in court and represent ourselves. Representing yourselves is a bad idea, even in a case that otherwise seems open and shut. In this case, you're not yet being sued, so you don't have to do anything. You should inform your homeowner's insurance of the letter, and they will likely handle it from there. How can he possibly sue us for the cost of the stitches and ER bill when he was criminally trespassing in our house and breaking our door down? He was trespassing doesn't automatically excuse everything that happened. It's entirely possible for you both to have been wrong. For him to break and enter, you for having a dangerous dog or something. Your particular situation doesn't seem like that from your retelling, but such things aren't terribly uncommon. OP replies, okay, sounds good. We'll contact a lawyer on Monday. We paid one for advice when the student initially broke in to make sure we had our bases covered and had a reputation in case we needed to go to court. We did not. Our lawyer went on our behalf with written statements from us, and we will reach out to him again and then go from there. The Shadow Cat says, if he got probation, I would send the letter to his probation officer. They tend to frown on criminals trying to shake down their victims. And tell your dog what a good boy he is. My guess is that the kid lied to his parents about breaking into your home. I would bring a copy of the police report and any backup you have to an attorney to write a response to their attorney. That's where my mind goes. The kid spins his hero's journey about how the vicious, out-of-control dog mutilated him. His mother believes him and wants justice. Back up to the post, there's an edit. I'm hesitant to say where I live because it becomes way too easy to Google if I do. Edit 2. Whoa, there's a lot of responses. Thanks for the advice, everyone. At this point, we've made up our minds to speak to the lawyer that we had from the initial case last year. We'll call him on Monday and update after that conversation. To answer some questions, we are the homeowners, we paid out of pocket for the replacement door and door frame, and we also replaced our side and rear doors and frames with matching doors when we realized how easy it was to get into our house by forcing the door. This was in the low 5 figures. We took it out of our emergency fund and did not go through homeowners. There was a restitution order, but it was not enough to cover the doors we wanted, labor, and door frames. We live in a historic home and want to keep with the character. We've lived in a historic home for most of our marriage, so we know to keep cash on hand for pipe leaks, furnaces going out, and now door replacements. We tell our dog that he's a good boy every day. Don't you worry, he is the goodest boy. Let me fix that for you says, sometimes people cut strangers some slack. Being drunk and stupid is a near universal experience, although the violent break and enter is generally not. Still, I can understand feeling like bite plus fine/misdemeanor is enough for someone who wasn't otherwise violent. There's being drunk and stupid, and then there's breaking down a stranger's door in the middle of the night. Sure, at which point his hand was lacerated by a dog bite, he was arrested, and was sentenced to both a fine and some kind of restitution. They could have pushed for more, but they said, well, okay, that's probably even for the shock of the event and for the cost of the door. You're free to disagree, but I don't think OP's choice was unreasonable. This time, it just happened to come back to bite them in the arse. OP says, it's pretty much this. My husband and I have worked at the university in this college town for a while now. We have seen stupidity. though this is the first time someone has come into our house because of it, for as long as we've lived in that house. We wanted to give the kid the benefit of the doubt, and we wanted to give him a fighting shot at a good adulthood. Criminal records follow people around in serious ways, and we both believed that the punishment fit the incident at the time. We actually had a friend in our peer group when we were in our early 20s and 30s who did something similar when he was in his late teens. Wandered in drunk to someone's home about 20 years ago, and it became a felony. He struggled to find employment for years as a bright, sober, he never drank again after that, young man, and watching him lose out on job after job because he had to say he was a felon for breaking and entering for years after the incident shaped our decision to not push it with this guy. And you know what, that's fair. I completely agree with OP in this instance, and I doubt that he has the wherewithal to come back himself and push it with OP. To me, being a dumbass boy myself, to go through something like that and to already be punished like he was does not match his kind of actions lately of bringing you guys to court and trying to get more money out of you. That is not, at all, how a college-aged man who's already done this shit, been punished, had the fear of God put in him, it's not something he'd do. This is his parents, 100%. And yeah, like that comment said, I think he lied to his parents about what happened. That makes so much sense to me, because of course you'd be embarrassed about doing some stupid shit like that. Why would you want to admit to this? But unfortunately, it seems like his lie has gotten the best of him, and the lie has taken off and amounted to this. Don't let these lies go this far. Like, just don't do that in his position. Tell your parents the stupid shit that you got up to and you forced upon yourself before you start trying to sue others and they can put a felony charge on you. And now, on to the update. Quick update to this. It was easily handled. We met with our lawyer on Monday and paid him outright to draft a letter and include documentation of fault. Basically the police report, restitution order, court documents, etc., and also the vet records that include the police check and the vaccine records for the dog. My vet wrote down when the police called him and why they called him, and my lawyer's secretary grabbed a copy of that for this. Why he's including this, I don't know, but if anyone has any ideas why this would be important, let me know. He didn't want to include the bills and orders for the door at the time, but took a copy just in case we needed to move further. This morning, the student's mum's lawyer who sent the initial letter called our lawyer and said that the family would no longer be pursuing restitution for medical expenses and that we could expect a letter from him stating that he would arrive at both the lawyer's office and our house within the week. Turns out, those of you that guessed that the student didn't tell his mum why and how he got bitten by our dog are probably correct. It wasn't explicitly said during the phone call, but my lawyer relayed that he could infer it from the way the conversation with the other lawyer went. This probably made his top 10 stupid cases list. Thanks again for the advice and help. In the comments, Kitchen Owl says, I can only imagine the conversation between the mum and son later. Their dog bit you because you broke into their fucking house? Boy, I'ma take you back so the dog can bite you again for being so stupid. Let's go see if the dog will bite the stupid off of ya. Because clearly one bite wasn't enough to fix it if you had to go making me look stupid too. This whole thread feels like something my mother would say had I been this idiotic. I'd be so pissed if my child got me to pay for a lawyer for this stupid ass shit. Hopefully the mum makes him pay for the lawyer. My mum used to say when I'd go out as a teenager, don't do stupid shit cause I'm not posting bail. If you're lucky, I might call a lawyer for you in the morning, but you are paying for it. I'm 43 and haven't been arrested so far. Hopefully this kid's mum has this rule too now. In my university town where people didn't lock their doors, a drunk student accidentally broke into an older couple's house and found their giant dog, perfectly happy to see the intruder. The dog presumably enthusiastically met the new friend and guided him to the dog bed where the two new companions spent the night together. Lady woke up in the morning to her dog cuddling a complete stranger in the living room. Police were called, but homeowners did not press charges. They decided that their loyal pooch had deemed the student to be no threat, and therefore, it must all have been a big misunderstanding. My husband staged an intervention after I told him I wanted a divorce. I, 32 female, have been married to my husband, 36 male, for 6 years. It's my first serious relationship. I love him. He's funny, charming, and intelligent, and we share a lot, but he's always been a little hot-headed. For some context, a few months ago, a situation at work went badly, and I fell into the burnout. I'm autistic, and the burnout has made my executive dysfunction much worse. I've been on sick leave ever since. I have very little energy. Even basic things leave me exhausted. I sleep a lot, socialize very little, skip meals. I know it's bad, but I'm doing my best. My husband has been very frustrated that I'm not respecting his needs. We don't have sex, I don't cook every day, and the house isn't as tidy as he would like. Multiple times I didn't take care of things while he was at work, so he yelled at me. Others, I made him ignore me for hours. I tried to explain that I was struggling too much, and he replied that I was using my situation and exaggerating my symptoms for attention. I tried to push myself to meet his needs and keep up with the house, but every time I quickly got too tired and had to stop. I tried to tell him, but he didn't want to hear it because he has enough on his plate. I never know if I'm going to make him angry. I've been crying almost every day, and I don't know if it's the burnout or if it's because I can't be there for him. I felt like it would be better for the both of us to take a break. He refused and said that as his wife, it was my legal duty to be there in sickness and in health. 2 weeks ago, I finally told him I wanted a divorce. He had a meltdown and yelled at me for hours, saying I was just confused because of my mental health. He apologized later and said that I shouldn't act irrational like that. I hesitated for a few days, and I told him I still wanted to leave, and he had another meltdown. Yesterday, I woke up and went downstairs to find my husband, his parents, and my parents all waiting for me. They said they were extremely worried that they never get news except from my husband. He reported to them because he was scared for me because I was isolating and harming myself. They told me it was okay to need help, that I needed stability. They said that they were all there for me no matter what. I cried the entire time. I felt cornered, humiliated, and defensive. I felt like that was not normal, but now I don't know what to think. After they left, he said he contacted my GP and psychologist to let them know how bad it is and booked an appointment with a psychiatrist on my behalf. He said they all care about me and want to help me be myself again. Part of me still wants to leave, but another part of me wonders if they're right. I still love him, and I'm definitely not at my most stable right now. I am in the fog. To be honest, I feel really selfish and guilty about all of this. I am completely overwhelmed. Could you guys give me an outside perspective on this? Thanks a lot. In the comments, Dystopium says, just talk to a psychiatrist and then decide. They can help you more than Reddit. Yes, but explain what's going on with his behavior. I have a feeling that a lot of the burnout comes from trying to cater to this husband. I agree that OP should have care, but getting away from a husband like that might be a big part of turning things around. I agree. OP, it sounds like your parents care about you. Call them. Thank them for the concern they showed and ask for help. Tell them you're having marriage problems as well as mental health problems and ask if you can stay with them for a bit while you figure things out. Then find a therapist, not necessarily a psychiatrist, to help you. OP, you need some distance from your husband. He's not helping. I agree that OP needs support and a space to stay away from her husband, but I don't know that the parents' place is a neutral space. It doesn't sound like anyone at the intervention actually listened to OP or asked her what she wants and feels she needs. OP, do you have a trusted friend or other relatives who might be more neutral and actually supportive while you get some clinical help? Wishing you the best. I agree with everyone saying to go to a therapist before making any decisions. As someone currently in the fog and trying to crawl out of it, I would suggest talking to a doctor before making any big decisions. I struggle with executive dysfunction and other things very similar to you. I get it. Although the way your husband went about it was messed up and should be brought up in your sessions and fully discussed with your therapist and your feelings on leaving him. If you feel you should leave him during therapy, then do what is best for you. As someone else said, you could separate while seeking help as a way to get yourself better and then make your decisions from there. It's ultimately up to you and what is best for you. I do hope that you get the help that you need and things will start getting better for you. Back up to the post, there's an edit. Thanks everyone. So many replies. I'm grateful. I can't answer everyone right now, but I can give a few thoughts and information. I see my GP every 2 weeks. I was on Cipralex, but we had to stop because of side effects. Now we're trying mirtazapine. I had already seen a therapist before a few years ago, and my husband called her and my GP yesterday to tell them that I need help before booking the appointment with the psychiatrist he found. I'll go to the appointments and give them my perspective. I have an okay relationship with my parents. They see me as fragile and don't always understand the autism. I think I'll try to talk to them about what was going on and ask if I can stay with them temporarily and get better before deciding on the divorce. I'll rest for now. This is a lot to take in. Thanks, everyone. I mean, if I'm not going to go reading between the lines and finding anything to blame OP for in this situation, it does really just sound like this is all coming from her husband. It sounds like he is incredibly overbearing, puts ridiculous expectations on her, knowing what she's going through, and tells her to just, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Let's all live in reality for now. I don't think someone going through burnout is going to be helped by that sort of rhetoric towards them. Someone going through burnout, from my point of view, has been burnt out because of that. Because they've been pushing themselves to the brink, doing the hard yards for so long that their brain has given up. The horse has already been beaten to death 6 feet underground, and you're going to dig it back up and be like, you know what, this is going to revive the horse. It's really not going to do that. Beating a dead horse will end in divorce. That's all I'm going to say. And now, on to the update. I decided to stay and get help first. I talked to my parents not long after the intervention to explain my perspective to them. They listened and said they were concerned, but asked me to wait and make sure that I was not being oversensitive and that all marriages had ups and downs. I'm seeing my past psychologist and my GP while waiting for the appointment with a psychiatrist that my husband booked for me. My therapist recommended for me to get away, even temporarily, or to set very firm boundaries. I annoyed my husband with that a few times, and he got angry and said that I was being dramatic, or that my therapist was not a marriage counselor and had no say. I contacted my parents and asked if I could come stay for a few weeks. They asked if my husband agreed, and I said he didn't know, and they said maybe I should talk with him first. Not long after, my husband called me and asked to stay home, and he came back and grabbed me and screamed and yelled. Said I made him furious, disappointed, and very worried. He asked me how I could do that to him and why I went behind his back, and it was time that I stopped playing the victim, and that he didn't recognize me anymore, that everyone was worried about my state. He told me he thought that we trusted each other, and I needed to improve before he had to take measures to help me. I just felt sorry about what I did and for being too emotional again. I think I had an autistic meltdown, but I'm not sure. I don't remember everything. I apologized for my behavior, and I tried to initiate sex with him, but he pushed me away. I think he's okay now, but I know he's still hurt. I'm feeling guilty, horrible, and anxious. I can't stop pathetically crying. I don't know how to fix myself. I wish that appointment was sooner. How do I stop hurting him? Edit. Your replies are freaking me out. I'm sorry, I don't think I can handle this right now. In the comments, Helicasp says, "Ask your husband first" is an incredibly asinine response that tells me your parents think your husband owns you and you do not have individual rights, acting like they no longer have the responsibility or desire to protect and shelter you as their daughter now that you are married. Men like that escalate. Today it's grabbing you, tomorrow it'll be shaking you, next pushing you, and sooner or later it will be hitting. Exactly this. OP's husband is not her dad, not her caretaker, not her owner, and definitely should not even be her partner. He's abusive, emotionally, and increasingly physically. He's controlling. OP, take back your power as a fucking adult and just leave. Yeah, she's in this situation because of her parents, and she shouldn't see them as a safe option to turn to about this. You are crying because your body and brain are in panic mode. They're trying to tell you to get out, get out, get out. The take measures to help you sounds like a not very thinly veiled threat. He's gaslighting you and your family, denying the truth of events and controlling a story. I would check your phone and vehicle for tracking devices. You need to leave. You need to absolutely leave. He's escalating, and shame on your parents, but you absolutely need to tell them that he grabbed you and screamed at you and how it scared you. Please, please leave. Honestly, I think OP needs to stop involving her parents. They've clearly decided preserving the marriage is more important than protecting her. OP, call your therapist, explain it's an emergency or a hotline, and make an escape. Unfortunately, this is really common. I hope that OP does take the advice of the comments. It seems as though, as the time of reading this, OP has kind of just disappeared off of the platform. I'm glad she was able to come and share her story here and let people know what she's going through and at least get some advice that she recognizes freaks her out, yes, but maybe it freaks her out enough to get her to spring into action, break out of whatever fears she has of the situation, and put herself first, get herself out of danger before he escalates and does something that could put him in jail or potentially kill OP. It's easier said than done. Absolutely, it's not an easy task to get away from an abusive partner that is escalating their behavior. But people share a treasure trove of information online on how you can do that while mitigating the chances that they will find you, that you will be harmed. There are strategies to go about that, so I hope that OP took them, and I hope OP is okay. Thank you for the story. Our next post is by a deleted account, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole for letting my brother call me dad and refusing to tell him the ugly truth? I was born when my parents were both 19, and my only other brother, let's call him Josh, was born when they were 42. They divorced shortly after Josh was introduced to the world. He was 4 months old at the time, and they both wanted nothing to do with the child. At the time, I was 23, and I was living alone with my then girlfriend who was 21, but is now my wife. And I did my best to convince at least one of them to take care of young Josh for his sake and the family's sake, but they refused adamantly and said that I should be taking custody of him instead. So I became legal guardian of my brother, and he's been living with us for the past 12 years, and things have been going really smooth for us. Josh, now almost 13, has been calling me dad and my wife mum, and our 2 children, 4 female, 9 male, his siblings, and he has absolutely no idea about his real parents. And to be honest, I let all of that slide. He has no idea that I'm really his blood brother and not his father. And I'm starting to feel guilty and a little weird. Some of my uncles and aunts come to visit occasionally, and they're really disgusted at the fact that he calls me dad. And they're surprised I haven't told him the truth. They constantly messaged me, talked to me in private, and I cannot chat to them without this one particular topic rising up, badgering me to just let him know already. But I refused. I discussed this with my wife, and she thought that it would be wrong to tell him the truth because none of my parents wanted to take care of him, and I'm the only person in the world who gave him the father figure that everyone deserves. I feel that he has the right to know what he is to me and what I truly am to him. But he's suffered enough already, and I just want things to continue how they are. Reddit, am I the asshole? Would I be the asshole if I let him know the truth? In the comments, Christina says, "This is a good topic to discuss with a therapist or counselor that specializes in adoption-related issues. My understanding is that it can be very distressing to a child or adult to abruptly find out that they've been adopted. Most things I've read indicate that it's best to let the child know early on that they came from a different mummy's tummy and then went to their current mummy or daddy, or something along those lines. Your brother is past that point, but you're better off acting on this sooner rather than later. It's better that he finds out from you and your wife, otherwise, eventually, someone's going to spill the beans. Yeah, OP, you and your wife are definitely Josh's real parents. Don't let your relatives tell you different, but Josh will find out you're not his biological parents one day, and it's better if it comes from you. You're going to have to prepare yourself for that day. No assholes here. I completely get where your uncles are coming from. The little guy deserves to know the truth, but it doesn't have to be now, and it certainly doesn't have to be explained as your parents wanted nothing to do with you. When he's older, you can explain some version of, when you were born, our parents were going through a really rough divorce, and neither of them could take care of you. I loved you so much that I wanted to raise you as a son. You have been the best thing that has ever happened to me, and I'm so glad to have you in my life. I know this is a lot to take in, and you might have a million questions, or you might need some space to digest all of this. I'm here for you whatever you need. OP says, this is honestly a great way to tell him. Part of me is saying that I should tell him this right now before my other relatives tell him in a much worse manner, but at the same time, part of me is saying, hey, I think it's a little too early, and this is exactly what is tearing me apart. It absolutely wouldn't hurt to talk to a therapist first, but I would say yes. The longer you wait, the worse it will get. It starts off as being, I'm not your biological father, but as the years pass, it adds issues on. I will never feel the same way towards my family, not because my dad isn't my bio dad, but because so many people maintained a lie for so long. Before you tell him, decide what it means for you. Do you view yourself as his dad or as his brother? When I found out, my biggest fear was that my dad would treat me differently because I knew the truth. That would have destroyed me. OP says, he is my brother, and I view him as a brother/son, but I love him similar, perhaps even more than a father would to his bio son. And yes, over time, perhaps it will get worse. I'm getting a lot of comments saying sooner than later. Not the arsehole. The assholes are your nosy uncles and aunts. You've raised him since he was a baby. You were the only paternal, and your wife maternal, figure that he has known. But I think you'll shock him, if not turn his world upside down. But given your family dynamic, it very well might be that these uncles and aunts do it because they feel that he should know. So it might be best if he heard it coming from you. I feel like he's old enough to know the full story at this point. 13 years old is an age where you can comprehend most things. Obviously, he doesn't really have any life experience, and he can't be like, yeah, you know, that divorce must have been crazy for the both of them. I understand relationships, and that's crazy. But I feel like this is just going to be a long, extended conversation where you answer all of his questions honestly and transparently over a matter of weeks, because I don't think this is a one sit-down conversation and everyone is cool about this kind of situation. He's going to have so many questions. And I feel like the more you reassure him, the more information you give him, the more you help him understand the entire scope of what's happening, the better he'll take all of this. You know, if you continue to lie by obfuscation, he's not going to be too happy about that. He's going to be like, why did you have to shatter my world so late, you know? I had this one big idea and everyone in my family was hiding this from me when it's not even that bad. So yeah, I feel like if this went on much longer and if I were in his shoes, I'd be pissed off. And now, onto the update. Hey guys, so many people wanted me to update on my previous post and wanted me to seek professional advice first before I take matters into my own hands. Apologies if it's long. I'll try to make it as detailed as possible while making this short. So I went to my local therapist and told him about my situation and asked what to do. To keep it short, he said he's heard similar accounts from before and said it's best if I tell him as soon as possible for multiple reasons and to make sure that my bio children are present. Multiple reasons. I asked a few of my closest friends and the majority said more or less the same thing. My wife and I decided to sit the kids down and burst the big bubble. I asked my brother Josh to come closer, and I made sure I held him close and made him feel comfortable. He asked what's going on, but I started by telling him how much we cared and loved for him, and then told him everything about my parents. I put them in a bright light in hopes of a reunion and who I am to him. Then quickly hugged him and my 2 other kids together and told him that I love all of my children the same and nothing is going to change my love for him. He was shocked and asked if I was joking, but I started to cry a little at this point, so he knew I was serious. My bio children were very surprised too. He was in tears and asked me why I didn't tell him sooner. I didn't know what to say and said that I was just trying to protect you. I'm sorry and I hope you can forgive me. But unfortunately, and understandably, he left. He didn't talk to me as much again. Understandably so. I continuously offered for him to go to the park and play a bit of football, as he loves that, and all of his favorite things, but he just outright declined and even got a little angry sometimes for me even talking to him. I thought I messed up big time until one day, while my wife and 2 children were out doing shopping and we were alone, he came up to me and said, "I know you're not my real father, but I want to let you know that you are the best dad in the whole world. Sorry for before." I hugged him, and things got pretty emotional. It would be a big lie to say that my house is normal now, as it's far from that, but things are slowly, ever so slowly, starting to brighten up. There's no longer anything to hide anymore, and it feels like we are born again. Josh is a tough kid, and he handled this far better than I believed he would. I'll be looking into therapy for him to help him recover, just in case it doesn't go well in the long run. I'll strive and continue to be a great dad to my kids and a great dad to my brother/son. Thank you, Reddit, for pushing me towards this happy ending. Thank you for all of the advice and judgments that I got, excluding the rude ones about my uncles and aunts. Eek. I love you all. Good night. In the comments, oh man, I felt tears welling up in my eyes at this part. Thank you for the rare, heartwarming update. Therapy so he can deal with the future. He's going to share this with friends who might not be kind is a great idea. And keep being the best dad possible. Love him, never let him be in doubt of that ever. Your wife is going to have to negotiate this on her end too, since he now knows she isn't his biological mother anymore. Lucky kid, your first son. Someday that will all be very clear to him. Thanks for the update. Damn. It's rare that an Am I the Asshole post puts tears in my eyes, but here we are. I'm so glad that things are working out well, and he's getting his own treatment. It's a lot to process, but a caring professional can help guide him towards a healthy outcome. You are a shining example of how a dad is not necessarily a biological father, but a man who loves his kids with every fiber of his being. Kudos to you for taking that hard step and always being there for your son. I believe he'll learn even more about what it means to have a truly loving parent than he would have had you never told him. Wishing you and your family all the best. Would I be the asshole for uninviting my brother because he's trying to ruin my father's funeral? I'll try to keep it short, but first of all, some context. I have 3 younger siblings, 2 brothers, Andrew and Ben, and 1 sister, Claire. When we were younger, my father discovered that Ben was homosexual. He was enraged and probably would have disowned Ben on the spot if it was not for the intervention of our mother. Dad and Ben never reconciled, and Dad did everything in his power to make Ben as uncomfortable as possible. Us siblings stayed close, but eventually Ben couldn't take the constant abuse anymore and moved out. Claire followed, but for career reasons, Andrew and I stayed in our hometown. Dad died of COVID complications a few days ago. As the eldest son of the family, it became my responsibility to prepare the funeral. He was a prominent member of the local community, so attendance will be high. Now we come to the main issue. Ben wanted to give a eulogy and sent me a draft of his speech. Unsurprisingly, the contents were not flattering and I rejected him on the spot. He got really angry and told me that this was his best chance to expose Dad's hypocrisy, especially since he had the image of a good family man. He wanted everyone to know how much abuse he suffered at the hands of our father. Now, I love Ben unconditionally. He's my younger brother, and there's not a lot of things that I would not do for him. However, this is one of them. It's simply not appropriate to speak ill of the dead at their own funeral, which is supposed to be a celebration of their life. For all his ugly, hideous flaws, Dad was a complicated person, and focusing the entire funeral on his relationship with one person is too much. There's also the fact that letting him do such a eulogy will probably cause a massive fallout in the community. Ben will not have to deal with the consequences because he lives in another state, but Andrew and I will be left picking up the pieces. Claire is on Ben's side for this one, while Andrew is on mine. I want to stress that I'm not trying to cover for my father or what he did to Ben, but there's a time and a place for such things, and a funeral is not it. Ben eventually backed down, but his husband has tipped me off that Ben is still preparing to cause trouble. I really do not want to do this, but it seems to me that uninviting my brother from the funeral is the only choice. Would I be the asshole if I did so? For those asking why I would even want to honor such a horrible man in the first place, it's complicated. Dad was a great father until the incident, which happened when I was in college. It's not easy being torn between two people you love, even though I can say I did not hesitate to choose Ben. Dad was still the person that I grew up admiring and loving. I'm still sorting my own feelings out and trying to reconcile the loving father that raised me and my siblings with the man who threw away everything for his petty prejudices. For those asking about the fallout, it has to do with the town's local politics. That's all I'm willing to say. I'm going to do some last few clarifications here because people are making a lot of assumptions. No, we did not cover up the abuse. All 4 of us siblings have been clear to our friends and family why we moved out of the family house, and my mother has also made it clear why she and my late father were estranged, even if we did not go out of the way to air the family's dirty laundry. Ben has also made it clear that he does not resent any of us besides our father, and us falling out would be just what our dad would have wanted. I might have understated a bit when I referred to the eulogy draft as unflattering. It was vulgar, vile, and definitely not appropriate for a funeral. Even if I had agreed with Ben's plan, there was no chance I would have approved the draft. The eulogy would have reflected badly on him and not my father. I'm not going to ask Ben to keep the abuse a secret. He's free to tell anyone he likes, on Facebook, the local obituary, etc. I just think that the funeral is not the appropriate time, and especially not through a eulogy. In the comments, Crystal Queen says, "Firstly, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm going against the grain here. You're the asshole. Denying Ben closure to keep up appearances in the community is cruel. You and others experienced your father in a very different way than he did. Do I think he should read a eulogy? No, but he shouldn't be uninvited. He may cause a scene, he might not. I guarantee you he's going to show up with or without your permission, and he'll be responsible for how he behaves. I think your response is fair. OP is suffering and wants to say goodbye in peace, but his brother never got closure about how he was hurt and is angry. OP has organized an event to deal with his own loss and say goodbye in peace, and that's despite the opinions fair. But he has no control over his brother's actions, and that's also fair. While as the organizer he can avoid the harsh eulogy, he shouldn't take away the right of his brother of assist and take a decision about how he will behave that is fully on his brother. You're the asshole. You can keep your brother from doing the eulogy, but barring him from the funeral to protect the legacy of a bigot and save yourself some inconvenience is you choosing your abusive, dead father over the living brother that he victimized. I honestly find this post disturbing. You and your family should have done more to protect your brother. Not the asshole for not wanting drama at a funeral. However, if your dad managed to maintain this image despite his actions, and you agree that your dad was in the wrong for what he did to Ben, then I feel you have a responsibility to address his flaws and false image. Not to mention, other people presumably know about Ben and their rocky relationship, or will have questions about why Ben isn't attending if he is uninvited. So questions will be asked regardless. Whether this is addressed inside or outside the funeral is ultimately up to the organizers. you, but as a member of the LGBT community myself, my sympathy goes to Ben here. As far as I'm concerned, your dad failed to be a father. I agree with the comments here. I think it's okay to say no to him giving a eulogy like that. I think that's a bridge too far. But uninviting him from the funeral, just no, don't do that. And my initial take on that was not even like it's going to cause more drama than inviting him. It's more like it's his dad. Whether he had a bad relationship with him or not, you can't just say, no, actually, you're not allowed to be at the funeral. I personally don't feel like that's a decision that you can make for him. If he doesn't want to come to the funeral, that's fine, but you can't bar him from his own father's funeral. And there are definitely situations where he's done something incredibly messed up to you, he's done something messed up to the father, he's done crimes against humanity. Yeah, in those situations I can be like, yeah, keep him as far away as possible. But here, you've given no good reason besides the fact that he is rightfully pissed off at his father, and he wants to set the record straight somehow. You barring him from the funeral is going to actually have the opposite effect of what you intend, because he's going to do something crazy and show up anyway, and it's going to be even worse for you and your image, OP. So yeah, you're the asshole. And now, onto the update. Hello, it's been one of the longest weeks of my life, but the funeral has finally concluded. Thank you to everyone who commented on my original post. Some people sent me messages for an update, so here you go. First of all, it would have been a mistake to rescind the invite to my brother, and thank you to the people who pointed out that I had no way of keeping him out of the church without asking security to throw him out. That would probably have been almost as bad, if not worse, than the eulogy. I had to deal with a lot of people during the funeral preparations, many of them unpleasant but influential, and was really not in the right state of mind to make decisions. It was wrong of me to try to deny Ben closure, though I do have to say that the comments accusing me of being complicit in, or not having done enough to stop my brother's abuse, were out of line. A singular post where I am actively trying to limit personal information is not a fair basis from which to extrapolate our family relationships, and it seems to me that many of the commenters have their own emotional baggage that they're trying to project onto my relationship. I met up with my brother and his husband a few days after he gave me the eulogy. Thank you to those who suggested that I ask about his motivations and provided alternate perspectives. We had a surprisingly brief talk. In short, Ben did not want us, his immediate family, to lionize our father. We agreed that Ben would come, but we would leave the eulogy to Dad's friends, and we would hold a private wake for his immediate family only. The funeral was mostly uneventful. A few questions were asked by the priest and my father's friends why none of his children or his wife were giving eulogies, but I just explained that we were leaving it for the wake. At the wake, we all got to say what we wanted to say, and I will leave it at that. Thanks to whoever suggested the after-funeral party. We went to our childhood home and had a great time. Due to COVID, we really hadn't had the chance to meet up much, and this was the first time we've had in a long time to catch up. After the funeral, we published an obituary with sections from each part of the family. It was tacitly worded, and choosing the right words was a pain, but Ben had fun with his section. All in all, I think the matter was settled quite nicely. Thank you again for everyone who gave advice and everyone who provided their kind words. In the comments, individualad9213 says, "Congratulations on your willingness and ability to compromise and your deft diplomatic skills. Let me add, not the asshole, of course." OP says, "Thank you, but most of the praise should go to my brother's husband. I cannot thank that man enough for everything he has done. I figure that by the time we met, my brother was already ready to drop the issue, and I'm glad that we found a solution where everyone could be satisfied. It's great that you were able to pull together as a family to deal with this situation." OP says, "It's great, isn't it? I'm really lucky to be surrounded by wonderful people. Take the issue of my father's inheritance, for example. I have heard horror stories of families torn apart by fighting over scraps, and even though I love my siblings, money can change people, and I really was not looking forward to executing the will. What's more, my father left the majority of his assets in generation-skipping trusts, so I thought that Ben would be upset for sure. We settled it on the day of the funeral. God, I am so lucky. None of the family gave eulogies is so goddamn devastating and is very, very obvious. One of the kids gave a negative eulogy, makes Ben the bad guy and Dad the victim, but none of the chief mourners spoke, but other friends did, is a case where silence is louder than a scream, and people definitely noticed. Sometimes silence is more eloquent than words. I think OP handled this the right way. I think they took the criticism and negativity that came with that first post and turned it into probably the best solution possible here, because I'm of the mind that giving such a negative eulogy only really paints you in a bad light, and it's not typical of funerals to be shitting on the dead instead of celebrating the dead's life. So keeping it to just the immediate family at the post-funeral wake, genuinely such a good idea, because you get the best of both worlds. I'm glad that OP's brother-in-law was able to talk some sense into his husband, and was able to bridge the gap that OP obviously wasn't able to bridge themselves in that first post. It's good to see humanity win in the end, and not cause a family to implode in on itself and start fighting over a man that was obviously bad for everyone. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update, OP. Our next post is by user Cramping My Style, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole here for letting my pregnant daughter move in with me, even though my girlfriend doesn't want her to? I, 40 male, have an 18-year-old daughter with my ex-wife. We'll call her Maddie. We divorced when she was 7, and I have her 3 weekends a month. Her mum moved to a suburb almost an hour outside the city to be closer to her family and for a better school. My work was in the city, and after a while, Maddie got sick of all the driving and asked if we could move to a different schedule. We talked most days on the phone, and I've been very involved in her life. She's a great student, graduated with over a 4.0, has lots of friends, and a, what I thought, very nice boyfriend. She has no idea what she wants to do with her life, and had already decided to defer her scholarship a year to take classes at the community college and work. I also have a girlfriend, Vera, who is 37, and she gets along with Maddie great. We've been together about 2 years, and she just moved into my house a few months ago. Edit, her old roommate got married and she couldn't afford rent alone. We'd been together for almost 2 years, and I was considering proposing, so it seemed like a good idea after she couldn't find another place. She pays the electric and water bills, but my house is paid off, so I just pay taxes, insurance, and the other utilities. And it's been great. I didn't really date much the past few years between Maddie and work, so it's nice having someone always around. Vera doesn't want kids of her own, and I don't want any more either, so it's been great. So for all of that, Maddie is pregnant, and her mum has kicked her out. Her boyfriend has another year left of nursing school and lives in a college apartment with roommates. She is, of course, staying here for now and found out late. She is due in January. She and her boyfriend went over the options and decided to keep the baby. She told me very meekly and asked if she could stay. I told her of course. She knows this is disappointing, but she'll never stop being my baby, and if this is what's going to happen, I'm here to support her within reason. As in, I'm fine babysitting if she has work or class, and she will keep working and going to school, but I'm not babysitting for her to party or to hang out with friends. If the boyfriend bails, which I was as kind as I could be, but told her happens even with the nicest boys, she would need to file child support. And I would give her grace before and after birth, but when she's recovered, she will go back to doing chores on top of the baby ones. I told her and the boyfriend to sleep on it, and they did come back with actual thoughtful responses, and even a budget and budget goal that I found impressive. So the tiny bedroom next to Maddie's that is currently home to a treadmill that I never use is going to be a nursery. Of course, I have kept Vera in the loop during all of this. Edit, and by this, I mean I don't know how many different ways I need to put this so it gets through people's heads. Vera and I discussed all of this before I talked to the kids, in depth. I made her very aware that the three of them could end up living here for a few years. She was supportive. I kept her in the loop. When them living here became the plan, she gave me an ultimatum and told me to kick my daughter out because she's an adult. I told her that I wouldn't do that. She is still here and making everyone uncomfortable, and she seemed really understanding until I told her the plan. She got upset and said that if she wanted to raise a baby, she'd have one of her own. She said she didn't sign up for this and is not okay with it, and demanded I rescind the offer, that Maddie is 18 and needs to figure it out on her own if she wants to keep the baby. I told her I wouldn't do that. She will always be my daughter and she needs help. She threatened to move out if I didn't tell Maddie to get out, and then got mad that I told her I understood. Now she's avoiding the both of us, but still staying here or being snippy. I don't know what she expects me to do, but it's making the entire house anxious. Edit. Stop saying that Vera would be shocked that Maddie moved in. This is Maddie's home. She has always lived here. Yes, the rest is a surprise, but not my daughter living in her home. In the comments, RJack says, "Say goodbye to this relationship." Opie already said he chose his daughter over his girlfriend, but the girlfriend, who was supposedly ready to leave, has nowhere to go and can't afford to live independently, so she's just angry that her ultimatum didn't work while still living with OP. Funny how that works. The girlfriend thinks OP's pregnant 18-year-old must be independent and out of the house, while she, 37 and without any children, should be given shelter and food on the table. Right? OP says his girlfriend couldn't afford rent on her own after her roommate left, but OP's daughter at 18 and pregnant should just figure it out. Eye roll. Time to tell your girlfriend she can do what's best for her, but your daughter will probably be here for 3 to 4 years. Let her know that you want her to stay, but your life will change. OP says, "That's what I told her. She's not happy about it and is being rude to me." Dude, she showed a very mean side of her. Don't ignore that. You wrote, "She said she didn't sign up for this and is not okay with it and demanded that I rescind the offer, that Maddie is 18 and needs to figure it out on her own if she wants to keep the baby." That's just vile. Sorry, not sorry, and you know it. Also, Vera is 37 years old and needs to figure it out on her own if she wants exclusive say in who gets to stay in the household. She can find and pay for her own place if she wants to insist on staying child-free. If the 18-year-old without a finished education and without a proper job is old enough to get tossed into the street and forced to fend for herself, so can Vera. I wouldn't want to keep dating someone who would kick my 18-year-old pregnant daughter out. 18 is barely an adult, and actual adults who think 18 is a proper age to be 100% on your own are a problem. Good job still being willing to be a parent to your child when she needs you, not the asshole. Yeah, I say get rid of Vera. Vera's a piece of shit, man. No empathy whatsoever, no self-awareness, doesn't care for your daughter, and is like, "Oh, you know what, this is my house too, I totally own this and have a say in this." OP, she's a girlfriend. She is not a fiancée, she is not a wife of many years, she is not someone that has been in your life for a significant amount of time. 2 years is a flash in the pan in the grand scheme of things. For her to be making stupid demands and ultimatums like this shows that she is out of her goddamn mind. She's out of her mind for making you choose between her and your pregnant daughter, because of course you're going to choose your pregnant daughter. Who wouldn't? You're not a piece of shit like your ex that threw her out of the house and said, you know what? Good luck in life, buddy. Especially given the current circumstances of the world. You are blessed to have a house that is paid off. You are blessed to be in a position in which you can provide for your child and your grandchild and set them up for a life of success that many do not have the ability to do. And Vera thinks, no, you shouldn't be a dad. You shouldn't be a good parent. You should be an asshole and make her suffer. If I were you, Vera's mask has slipped, I would kick her to the curb and let her figure her life out. And now, onto the updates. So my last post got a little overwhelming. I'm still glad that I did it. Reading the comments, I just got to the point that I was like, what am I doing? I asked Vera to talk. She started. She actually did kind of apologize. She said she was just stressed because she expected Maddie to either keep the same custody schedule or maybe a bit more, but not full-time and certainly not with a baby. And then she didn't think that I'd actually let her live here with the baby. She said she'd be able to work with a compromise of Maddie and the boyfriend, let's call him Doug, getting their own place when he started working full-time, and they could promise to never ask her for help. I guess she thought as long as she has an end in sight, she would be able to handle it. I told her I understood, but her behavior was out of line, and I can't see us working out after this. She was upset and seemed shocked and got pretty mad. I told her she was welcome to stay in the basement, finished walk out with a kitchenette for a month while she found a new place, and I would pay her back for the bills that she had paid. $7.90, so I rounded up to $1,000. She wasn't happy at any of this and was freaking out, so I called and asked Maddie if she could go to stay with Doug for the night. I offered to give Vera some space, and she told me to fuck off. I was working from home that day, so I was around, but not in her way at all while she moved her things downstairs. She had work that night and let me know the next morning that she'd be moving to her friends. I offered help, but again she said no and left her key on the counter. I changed the security code, but told her that if she left anything there just to let me know and I'd let her in to come and get it. So I thought there'd be no drama. I was actually obviously sad, but felt better about the whole thing. We can't prove anything, but Maddie's carnivore plant started rapidly dying the last few days, and she said a bunch of her concentrated fertilizer was gone. We all know not to touch them or water them, as in she had me install rain barrels because they can't have tap water. She's devastated and hasn't said it directly, but we both think Vera did something to them. I've asked her if she wants me to do anything about it, and she's said no. And at one point, Vera sent her a nasty text saying she's the reason that I'm alone and she hopes she's happy. I told her to block her. I don't know if she feels guilty or like she deserves it. She doesn't even want me to replace them and said that she'll just try to salvage some of them. So if anyone knows of good sites in the US to buy pictures or pings, hit me up. So not great. I'm gonna stay single for a while, obviously, but there's some good news. I have a female friend who Maddie has known forever and has had kids, and she took her out to lunch. My issue was that Maddie thought she could power through and take courses in the spring with a newborn. She wouldn't listen to me and told me that she would make it work. My friend was able to convince her that one semester was not going to ruin her life, so that's a positive. And the boyfriend, Doug? I talked with his parents. They are like me. Not thrilled, but going to be supportive and excited for a grandbaby. They live over an hour away though, but told them that I had a spare room that they could use when they visit. And Doug, who does work part-time while he's in school, I told him yes, work this semester, but next semester, your number one job is to finish your degree no matter what. I am willing to support them both financially, and with the baby more than I normally would, next semester, because I know the best way to ensure my grandbaby has a good life is making sure their dad has his degree and a good job. He seemed to understand and was thankful. Maybe he's not as much of a ding-dong as I thought he was. TLDR, I broke up with Vera and she moved into a friend's. We don't know if it was her, but Maddie's plants have been dying and she's devastated, but the boyfriend is doing good and moving in so he can be a present parent. In the comments, Soggy Detective says, "You're a great example to Doug in how to father a child." Yes, OP is. You are doing a wonderful thing for your daughter and her boyfriend. It's ideal to do things in a certain order, but it doesn't always work out that way. OP giving them a place to stay and supporting them and their baby so they can finish school is amazing. OP is my hero dad for today. Good riddance to Vera. As far as the plants go, I'd try transplanting them. Remove as much soil as possible from the roots first. You're a great dad, OP, and I hope your daughter and her partner really make the most out of the opportunity that you've given them. I hope other parents take note that you don't have to be thrilled with everything your kid does and can be disappointed, but it doesn't mean that you leave them hanging. Your ex sounds like an ass. You're a parent and always will be. I agree with all of that. I think OP's done a stand-up job. And just to round back to that last comment, don't think Vera realizes that being child-free with your partner as it is doesn't mean that he gives up on his child that he currently has completely. Obviously they're not going to make more children, but if his daughter is in dire straits and he's a genuine and decent guy, of course he's going to do everything he can to look after that child. And you can be child-free with a single parent that has someone that is of adult age, but things can and do change. That's just life. Life happens to people, and if you are not prepared to adapt to that life change, it is okay to walk out the door. You don't have to scream, cry, manipulate, make a fuss, and try and force OP to be someone that he will not be. That's what I viewed Vera as doing, and she got kicked out as a result of doing that. That's what she deserved. So again, thank you OP for doing the correct thing by your child. You are setting your grandchild up for the best future possible, and I personally couldn't be prouder. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update. Our next post is by user Twinkle Dog Farts, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole for getting upset with my husband over hand-me-down clothes for our newborn? Hey y'all. So my mum lives a few states away and is not able to help prepare for her first grandchild the way that she would like to, unfortunately. A friend of hers asked her if she would like some baby clothes, some slightly worn and some never used before. I said of course, and my mum went through all of the clothes and washed it and mailed it to me. So when we received the box of clothes, I was pretty excited to go through it as we haven't bought anything baby related yet. As I mentioned, this is my and my husband's first child. I think I showed him maybe 2 pieces of clothing, and I could already tell he was unhappy. He said we would just donate all of this stuff to Goodwill because he wanted to buy all new clothes for our baby, to which I said of course, we will still buy new clothes, but it's nice to have a good amount of clothes, especially since they go through clothes like crazy, or so I've heard anyway. He just said no, that his child won't wear hand-me-downs, so I stopped showing him clothes and started packing up the box. So he then asked why I was upset and that he still wanted to see the stuff, but I didn't see the point anymore, as he had pretty much ruined the moment and the gesture for me at that point. I know it's not new clothes, but my mum was just trying to help, and she literally went through the mountain of clothes and washed every single item. The box smelled amazing when I opened it. I don't know. It hurt my feelings, honestly, for him to dismiss it like that and just say that we would donate it all without even taking the time to look through it, and I guess because this is the first time we look at baby stuff together, it hurt even more. He got upset and then said he didn't understand why I was making him the bad guy for saying he wants to buy all new clothes. In the comments, Chloe Pecan says, "Not the asshole. You're doing good for the environment and your wallets. As long as they are clean and not destroyed, then it doesn't matter." I've never once heard a rational person say, "Thank God I got new clothes for my baby that they outgrew in a month. I'm so glad they weren't used." Baby clothes are pretty pointless new if you can get used. It can be nice to get a couple of cute photo outfits, but it's not worth spending $100 on something that'll only be used for a month or 2. Yup. The husband doesn't really seem to understand that baby clothes are expensive, disposable items. Babies make a mess and grow fast. You might as well go all in on hand-me-downs until at least the toddler years. Yeah, he probably has the mindset of hand-me-downs being a symbol of poor, but the kid won't know the difference until it gets to be 7 or so. Then they can worry about the hot new fashions that are really the same thing with different pop stars attached to them. I've always found it funny that people really get anal about baby clothes. Because I've definitely run into people before that are like, no, absolutely not. We're not using that used garbage. It's new clothes or nothing. If they're used, that means they're diseased, and my baby's gonna die, and people are gonna judge us, and the whole world is gonna come down on us because we used this disgusting used baby clothes. Ew. I'm not poor, I'm rich. I got Joneses to keep up with, come on, man. I fully understand why they feel the way they do. I get it, but I still think that it's irrational and weird. I'm gonna judge people that have those mindsets around baby clothes because they aren't gonna last forever. No one cares. Literally no one cares that your baby is wearing used clothes. They see a baby and they're like, oh, cute baby, and then move on. Or there's someone that is anti-natalist and goes, ew, disgusting baby, get it away from me. But in neither of those circumstances is the person going, look at this poor, wearing poor clothes that are used. No, it's just not happening. That's weird. You should talk to him, OP. You should snap him out of it. And now, onto the update, 5 years later. So I got curious about my original post from a throwaway account and felt like providing an unnecessary and not at all requested update. I kept all of the hand-me-downs. I genuinely don't recall, as it's been 5 years, what led to it no longer being an issue, but I think he understood where I was coming from. We bought a lot of new clothes for our baby together and had fun going to Buy Buy Baby Back when it still existed and seeing all of the baby stuff and shopping what we needed. It was a mix of seeing all the other costs, monitor, stroller, crib, mattress, etc., pile up, but also understanding my mum's good heart to appreciate all of the clothes she sent. Let me tell you, it took a hot minute to put it all away. You know the XL Home Depot moving boxes? She sent one of those stacked with all sorts of clothes. If I remember correctly, shipping alone was $100 plus as it was going coast to coast. For all those worried that he was gaslighting and being manipulative, we're fine. We had another baby together 2 years later and are still happily married. Of course, our second was a girl, so while she did get a lot of hand-me-downs from her brother, she got a lot of cute girly things of her own. For what it's worth, it has all been a huge learning experience for us both, as I'm sure it is for any new parent. We, or he, learned to embrace the hand-me-downs, and some of my most sentimental pieces worn by both of our kids were not new when we received them. We learned how quickly kids go through clothes, and how if you really look at it, aside from the blowouts, baby clothes get the least use. They're just drooly potatoes. Toddler clothes is a whole other ballgame. The knees on clothes don't stand a chance. All this to say, we learned to communicate about a lot, and while we still disagree about even more, we are always in a position to discuss it and work through it. He is an amazing father, and some of you hit the nail on the head when you said he might be basing his worth on what he can provide for them. Most importantly, what he constantly gives them, even on his busiest days, is his time. And all the hand-me-downs? Well, the pile grew with our additions, and we happily gave it to one of his cousins who had their first baby about a year ago, with my holding back my most sentimental pieces for keepsakes. My mum's a seamstress, so I've challenged her to make a teddy bear with them. I just need to ship them to her. She's come out and visited multiple times, and vice versa, but that's always forgotten. In the comments, oh, the delusions of first-time parenthood. All new clothes for a baby? Lol. Glad he got off that quickly. A friend has patchwork quilts made for each child. They are all 15 plus, made of different fabrics from their childhoods. Baby blankets, soccer team or day camp jerseys, Halloween costumes, etc. I want a do-over, grandchild, to make such a collection. And OP says, I love this. Every vacation we've taken, I've gotten them t-shirts from the place so that I can make them a quilt of all of them when they turn 18. May or may not have stolen that from Twilight. This was such a wholesome update. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense now that you explained it. Becoming new parents comes with so many emotions, expenses, and expectations. So of course, the clothes felt like a bigger deal at the time. I love that you both found a balance between enjoying the fun of buying new things together and appreciating the love behind the hand-me-downs. The way you described the drooly potato stage made me laugh because it's so true. Newborn clothes barely see any wear before the next growth spurt. It's sweet that those little outfits ended up holding sentimental value instead of resentment, and even sweeter that you passed them on to someone else starting their journey. The teddy bear idea from your mom is going to be such a beautiful keepsake. It sounds like you and your husband learned the most important thing, not to avoid disagreements, but to actually work through them. Your kids will carry that lesson just by watching you two. Wife used my secrets and past against me. I feel broken. I don't even know how to write this because my head feels like it's splitting in two. I keep hearing the words again and again, and I cannot believe they came out of her mouth. We've been married 14 years. We built what I thought was a stable life together. 2 kids, our son who is 12, and our daughter who just turned 11. They are my entire world. When I look at them, I feel the kind of love I never knew existed because the truth is, I never experienced that kind of love as a child myself. That is something my wife has always known about me, though it took years before I could say it out loud. When we first got married, she noticed how I never talked about my parents. She noticed I avoided talking about childhood. She would tell me her stories, warm holiday memories, her parents decorating the house, sibling arguments that turned funny later. I would just nod and smile. She told me she wanted to understand me better, to really know me. Over the years, she kept pressing, until one day she begged me to open up. So I did. 7 years ago, I finally told her everything. I told her that I was never meant to be here. I was the 4th child after 3 siblings, a failed contraception baby, an accident. That's the words my parents used. They reminded me constantly that they did not want me. It was not subtle, it was not hidden, it was spoken outright. I told her about the amusement park when I was 9, the day they tried to get rid of me. They left me behind on purpose. I knew it even at that age. They thought I would panic, wander off, disappear. What they did not expect was that I had already memorized the road home. Hours later, they acted like it had been a mistake, like they lost me in the crowd, but I knew what it was. I knew what they had intended. I told her about the night my father wrapped his hands around my throat and squeezed until the world went dark at the edges. I could not breathe. My head felt like it would explode. To this day, I don't know why he let go. Maybe my mother walked in, maybe something inside him pulled back at the last second, but whatever it was, I lived. Barely, but I lived. I told her about the food, how some nights everyone else ate and I sat there watching. Not because we were poor, we had enough, but because I was excluded. If they bought something good, they shared it amongst themselves, never with me. I remember sitting at the table as a child, stomach empty, watching them laugh while I pretended not to exist. I told her how they never missed a chance to remind me I was an accident. My parents said it, my siblings picked it up. It became the running joke, that I should not exist, that I was the mistake they could not erase. I told her how once they admitted they had planned to abort me but never went through with it. They said it with no hesitation, as if it were a casual piece of trivia, not a dagger to my chest. And I told her about the winter night when my father locked me outside as punishment for something I didn't even do. I was maybe 10. It was freezing. I stood out there shivering, crying, my teeth rattling. I honestly thought I would not make it through the night. A neighbor eventually saw me and banged on the door until my mother opened it. That neighbor probably saved me. There are things I poured out to my wife. It was not easy. I remember shaking as I said them. I remember how exposed I felt, like I had ripped open scars that I had carefully hidden for years. She hugged me after. She told me she was glad I trusted her. She promised she would never throw those things back at me. But last night, she broke that promise. We argued. It was stupid. It started with our son's homework. She said I was too soft on him, that I let things slide. I said she was too harsh, and it escalated. We were both defensive. One of those arguments where you forget the point and just keep trying to win. And then she said it. She looked straight at me and said maybe my father should have finished what he started that night. I don't even deserve to have a family, let alone children. That maybe it would have been better if I had not survived. That I was never wanted anyway, and I was the one who told her so. I froze. I actually thought for a second that I misheard her, but she said it again, calmly, as if she believed she was simply pointing out a truth. I cannot describe what it did to me. I've had cruel things said to me before in my life. I've been insulted, mocked, belittled. I know how to brush words off. But this was different. This was the one person I let into the deepest part of me. She took my pain and turned it into a weapon. I just stood there in silence. I didn't even yell back. I couldn't. It felt like something shattered inside me. The rest of the night I barely spoke. She acted normal, like nothing had happened. I went to the spare bedroom and I stayed there. I lay awake the entire night hearing her words over and over, blending with my parents' voices from years ago. Their cruel jokes, their reminders that I was unwanted, all coming back with her voice layered on top. I thought about the rage I carried as a teenager, how I used to wish my mother would die painfully. I thought those feelings were buried deep, but last night, she dug them up and threw them right back at me. I cannot move past it. This morning was cheerful, as if none of it had happened. I could barely look at her. All I could think was that something inside me had broken. I don't know if it can ever be repaired. Now I'm sitting here thinking about divorce, or at least separation. I don't even know how to start. I don't know what lawyer to call. I don't know how to explain to the kids why their parents are breaking apart. Part of me wonders if I'm overreacting, if this is just a fight gone too far, but I know myself. I know I'm not overreacting because I cannot imagine ever forgetting what she said. Usually I move on from almost anything. I swallow pain, bury it, keep going. But this is not something I can just swallow. This is different. She went to the deepest wound I have and drove the knife in. I need to say this clearly. I need validation. I need someone to tell me that I'm not crazy for feeling this broken. I need condolences because I feel like I'm spiraling replaying her words in my head. I thought my past was behind me. I thought I'd buried it and moved on. Last night showed me I was wrong. It is not buried, it is alive, and it can be used against me by the very person I trusted most. And I don't know how I could ever forgive that. In the comments, you shouldn't. Divorce her. Words matter. It's over. And OP says, I guess so. Thinking of starting with separation so that the children adjust, a few weeks, and then of course I'm asking some people for advice regarding lawyers. OP, for the love of God, please file for divorce. What she said is unforgivable. It's evil. No one with a soul or a conscience would say something like that. The fact that it was cool and deliberate and not in the heat of the moment makes it worse. You are not overreacting. She also knows what she's done. She didn't apologize. She didn't come and find out why you were in the spare bedroom. She knows. She is beyond all words and she doesn't love you anymore. She said it because she doesn't want your relationship anymore. She wants you to look like the bad guy and be the bad guy. Don't let that happen. First thing you should do is get a therapist, somebody to talk to. Talking things out will keep you sane and reinforce the knowledge that you are doing the right thing when she's spinning things and you feel crazy. Secondly, you want a divorce lawyer and they will point you to who deals with child custody if they can't. Thirdly, I would start looking for a place to live. You don't need to move into it right away, but it can be a place that you can go when things are getting too much and it gives you time to make it a home and a safe place. This way, when you leave, she can't beg you to stay because you actually have somewhere to go to. It'll give you the strength to walk out. You're going to be okay. What has been forced upon you is not okay, but you still have a future. Make it how you want. OP says, thank you very much for this thoughtful reply. Brother, based on your last post, your wife is abusive and wants you to abuse your children. You need therapy to resolve some of this stuff. You need couples therapy to work through something like this, but ultimately, if my wife had told me that I was better off dead, my assumption would be that she's better off single, and I would take steps to make that happen. Protect your boys and continue doing the best you can for them. May the most merciful grant you peace. I really feel like that's all it boils down to, you can only say that to someone when you have nothing but animosity and indifference for them. That doesn't come from a place of love. She doesn't care for him anymore, and especially if past posts indicate that she's trying to push him to the point where he abuses their children. I don't understand what OP wants people to say besides get rid of her and take all of that to the lawyers. That is absolutely reprehensible behavior, and I understand he's in the midst of it and doesn't know what to do and where to go. But I do hope he takes all of this advice and just rinses her as much as he can. And now, on to the update. So I waited until Tuesday. She went through the weekend and Monday like nothing had happened, a little colder than usual, quick with her answers, acting irritated, like I was the one who had caused all of this. No apology, not even a hint. It felt like I was carrying something heavy while she just moved around it. By Tuesday afternoon, I couldn't hold it anymore. I asked her to sit down with me. The house was quiet. I told her that I needed to talk about what she said during the fight because this wasn't something that we could just shrug off. I reminded her that the fight had started because I refused to hit our son while teaching. I told her that I don't believe in beating kids to make them learn, and that she had pushed for it. That's where the argument began, and somehow it slid into something so much uglier. I asked her why she used what I told her in confidence against me. I reminded her that she had asked me to open up years ago and promised she would keep it safe. I asked her why she hugged me back then if this was where it would end up. At first, she was stiff. She said she didn't know what else she was supposed to do at the time. She told me she tried to act normal, to be supportive, because she didn't know how to handle what I told her. She said she hadn't realized how heavy it all was until later. Her voice was even, like she was just explaining facts. I told her the promise mattered. I said it wasn't about a slip in anger, it was that she had reached for the exact things that I handed her in trust and turned them against me. I again asked her why. That's when she admitted it. She told me she lost some respect for me after I opened up. I asked what that meant, and she said that it wasn't one detail, it was the whole picture. She said she had always seen me as solid, someone who could carry weight without bending, the person that she leaned on. But after I shared everything, she couldn't stop seeing the breaks under the surface. She said parts of my story made me look fragile to her. Some of the darker pieces, the way those years sat inside me, gave her an uneasy feeling she couldn't shake. Seeing me tear up and feel so nervous and like a wreck made her look very differently at me. She actually used the word ick. She said sometimes when she remembered those things, it got in the way of how she looked at me. I asked if that meant she thought less of me for surviving. She said it wasn't about surviving, it was about how it changed what she expected from me. She admitted she had built an image of me that didn't include those kinds of wounds, and once she knew, she couldn't put that image back. I asked her why she hugged me then, why she told me she wanted to know me fully. She said she didn't know what else to do in that moment. She didn't want to punish me for telling the truth. She said holding me and saying it was okay felt like the only decent response at the time, even though inside, she had already started to see me differently. I let that sit, and then asked the harder thing. She said she couldn't control herself in that moment, and she reached for what she knew would hurt me most. She said she regretted it and that it would never happen again. I also thought about how it might sound from the outside, like maybe I had dumped too much on her back then, but the truth is, I never sat her down and unloaded everything at once. I gave her my story the way she asked for it, piece by piece, only when she pressed me. If she wanted to know something, I answered. I didn't overshare. I didn't volunteer random details, and even then, she probably only ever heard a fraction of what I actually live with. What makes this worse is that I've been to therapy. I've done the work. I wasn't unloading on her because I couldn't carry it myself. The only reason she even heard those parts of me was because she demanded it. She insisted I open up. Insisted she wanted the whole picture. She told me she wanted to know me fully, and I believed her. I trusted her enough to hand over things I never planned on saying out loud. That's why this betrayal feels so much heavier. It wasn't me blurting out things that I couldn't control, it was me handing her pieces of myself because she begged for them, swore she would hold them safe, and then she took those same pieces and cut me with them. It feels like giving someone your heartbeat because they said they wanted to hold it close, and then watching them drive a knife straight through it. After she said all of that, I just sat there for a while. It was like I'd finally gotten the truth behind everything, but it didn't settle in cleanly. I wasn't shocked anymore. I was more resigned. I also thought about how it might sound from the outside, like maybe I had dumped too much on her back then, but the truth is, I never sat her down and unloaded everything at once. I gave her my story the way she asked for it, bit by bit, only in response to her questions. If she wanted to know something, I told her. I didn't add anything extra. I didn't volunteer random details, and even then, she only heard a quarter of what I actually carry. Why was she so intent on me being open and emotionally vulnerable then? I told her I didn't think I could just go back to how things were. I said I felt like the foundation was cracked in a way I couldn't ignore. I told her maybe the only way forward was to separate amicably, quietly, before things got any worse. I said I didn't think I could keep looking at her the same way, not after knowing that she could turn something so personal into a weapon. That's when her whole tone shifted. The firmness she had when she explained herself dropped, and she sounded almost panicked. She asked me not to say that, said she didn't want a divorce. She told me she still loved me, that whatever she had done in anger wasn't bigger than the life that we had built. She couldn't imagine splitting the kids between us, couldn't imagine them growing up in 2 houses. She told me leaving would scar them more than anything we had been through. I told her that love isn't supposed to look like tearing each other apart with the sharpest words we can find. She said she knew that and promised again that it wouldn't happen anymore. She said she had already admitted that it was wrong, and she meant it when she said she'd never go there again. She kept circling back to the same point, that we had kids, that they needed us together, that whatever issues we had to fix them without breaking the family apart. She didn't cry, but there was a kind of desperation in her voice, almost like she was afraid I was already out of the door, and she was trying to pull me back any way she could. She didn't apologize again for what she had said, not directly, but she kept stressing that it would never happen again, that I shouldn't throw everything away over one mistake. Right now, I haven't made a final decision. I keep going back and forth in my head. Part of me feels like the damage is too deep, and I'd be lying to myself if I pretended I could ever really see her the same way again, but another part of me hesitates, because walking away isn't simple when there are kids and years of life tied together. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't leaning more in one direction, the end, than the other, but I'm not there yet. I feel heavy most days, caught between wanting to protect myself and not wanting to tear my family in half. Some moments I think I know what I have to do, and then I second guess it. It's draining, but at least writing this down and hearing different perspectives has made me feel less alone in it. Thank you to everyone who has taken the time to read, comment, or even send me a message directly. It means more than I can put into words. I couldn't respond to every single individual, but I've gone through all of the comments maybe even twice. Thank you, strangers. In the comments, GPU Dude says, "She wants you to focus on her and the kids more than yourself and the hurt that she caused you. This should tell you more than anything else." What she did was essentially respond with emotional blackmail and make you think that your actions are the reason that the kids are going to be hurt and that the relationship is potentially falling apart. Literally a narcissistic response. OP, she's trying to manipulate you. Her apology was a lie. She's not sorry. Her promise was a lie, so you can't trust her ever again. Go through with the divorce, but do not make it amicable or as friends. You didn't just drift apart mutually, she abused you. Her not apologizing is what tears it for me. It signals that she still feels what she feels about you, as she had described in her explanation, and frankly, that's what makes staying difficult, if not impossible. She can promise not to do it again, but if lack of control is the reason behind launching a devastating surgical attack with emotional abuse as her primary weapon of choice, then I'm afraid her promise might ring hollow. Lack of control is what a person with abusive tendencies says to excuse their behavior. If you still have access to a therapist, I would strongly encourage you to seek out their counsel to work through your feelings and help gain clarity in deciding what to do moving forward. I wish you good luck and light in whatever you decide to do. As do I, OP. This is not an easy situation to deal with. I understand that you're caught between those worlds, but I really do hope you make the correct choice in divorcing her. She broke your trust. She broke you as a person when she said all of those things and weaponized your trauma against you. I genuinely don't think that this is salvageable, even though she's making it sound like it is, because she will do it again. Don't trust her. Do what's best for you and for the kids, and get rid of her. Our next post is by a deleted account, and it's titled, "Am I overreacting at the pictures of my wife's ex I found?" Recently, we had some spider issues at our house. I was going around trying to get rid of them. I told my wife that I was going to be ruffling around the house if she needed me. As I was going around, I opened this small drawer, and that's where I found the pictures in question. They were of my wife's ex. See, earlier in our relationship, she actually cheated on me with said ex. This was before we got married. She begged me to stay, and that she was never going to see her ex again. Looking back now, I'm thinking I made a mistake, but I took her back on the basis that I never want to ever hear her talk to him or about him ever again. While it took some work to gain trust again, we did get through it. That was 5 years ago. We got married last year and bought this house together. And that's what fucking gets me the most. This wasn't her house from before. She actively brought these pictures here. I told her I found the pictures, and she immediately apologized and said she didn't know that she had those pictures. I don't know if I believe her, to be honest. In the comments, Craft Maximum says, "I mean, I get that. She definitely should not have slept with her ex while the two of you were in those early stages of your relationship, but she had a life before you, and chances are that she shoved those pictures in a drawer somewhere and hasn't given two thoughts about it. But it's part of her past and her history, and they, edited to add, unless they were incredibly inappropriate pictures, it shouldn't be a big deal. I'd say maybe freaking out about it and jumping to separation and divorce is not the right move. I have pictures of exes somewhere in my house, just like my husband has pictures of his exes. There are pictures of them on social media. My husband and I have been together for 14 years at this point." OP replies, "See, part of the deal when we reconciled back then was, he is out of your life entirely. I don't care what good memories you have with him, he is out." And she agreed to that. Now I find out she still keeps memories of him. See, that's also part of my issue. My deal was, she can either purge him from her life entirely, or I would leave. Portuguese D asks, "Were they photos of her ex, or were they photos that her ex was in? I remember my parents arguing about my dad having photos of his ex in a box in the attic, and then I found out that it was a golf outing with all of his friends and their girlfriends when they were 18 on vacation. 2 friends in the photo died pre-social media, so these are some of the only photos he had of them." OP says, "Photos of just them and a few of just him." It'll always baffle me that people decide to rekindle relationships after cheating like this, especially early stages. They've already broken your trust and had sex with someone else. When they promised to be in a relationship with you, they've destroyed it. They've destroyed the relationship. I don't get why people take others back. And then to come back from such a thing, she agrees to unreasonable terms, and she chose to. I'm not saying OP is a bad person for stating those terms, for having that be what it takes to rebuild this relationship. But for him to agree to continue the relationship requires a gigantic sacrifice from her, and she was unable to even do that. No, OP, I don't think you're overreacting in wanting to divorce her for this. She failed you twice. Yes, this condition of staying together was a monumental task, but it required her getting rid of those photos. Put them at your parents' house, somewhere that OP will never find them. I think that would be a loophole that she could have gone with, that he would have never found out about. But no, she couldn't even help herself with the photos here. A reasonable crash out, OP. I think you're going to be setting yourself on fire if you stay in this relationship. And now, onto the first update. So I talked to my wife after I had cooled off. Right now I'm thinking we should divorce, but I'm going to try being on my own for a bit. I decided to go travel alone. My wife and I discussed this, and she's okay with it. We're not on a break, so to speak, so I'm not going to look to be with other women. I just want to see what it's like to be alone. Just so you all know, if my wife had just forgotten that she had those pics, it may have been better, but the problem is that they were just pictures of him or both of them together, and there wasn't any other things in there. Just those pictures. Heck, there wasn't even anything in the other drawer. And I mean, if you moved homes, you're not going to check if you have any junk in a drawer. I just don't believe my wife forgot, or at least didn't realize that she had those pics when we moved. I don't care if he was a big part of her life, she still cheated on me with him. I will repeat, she cheated with a guy in the pics. Some of y'all either didn't read or chose to ignore that little detail. It's amazing how many people defended their relationship or were like, well, technically, you said she couldn't talk to him again. You never said anything about pictures. Anyway, I do appreciate the support from the rest of you. So right now, I'm thinking divorce, but I just want to make sure that I'm happier alone. In the comments, the Harlanator says, woman weighing in. She's still hung up on her ex. If when she cheated she was sincere in her regrets, she would have burned every picture in memory that she had of this guy. Not just for your sake, but because she would feel so much shame and disgust that she did that, she wouldn't want any reminder lying around. This is the guy that she wants to be with and can't for whatever reason, so she settled for you. I don't understand. She cheated on you and realized she was making a mistake and clearly didn't want to lose you, so in the spirit of going forward, I would have 100% purged everything prior to this move to a new home for you both. I'm sad for you. Good luck. This can't be easy. OP says, that was basically what we agreed on, and I was happy with said agreement, but now I found out she didn't keep her end of the agreement. Was she really that matter of fact? Like, okay, let me know what you decide. Because in my mind, if she really is that dry and concerned about her screw-up, that would tell me a lot about whether she's truly invested in you and in making the relationship work. Her just saying okay would make me feel pretty shitty. OP says, she did try to talk about counseling and trying to make it up to me, but honestly, at that point, I was just done with trying to talk. I knew that at that time, I at least needed some time for myself. Manager Opening asks, are you going to elaborate on this talk or what? And OP says, what's there to elaborate on? She said she forgot she had those pics. I told her I don't believe her. I told her I needed some time to decide if I want to stay in this marriage, and she said okay. Look, I get why this is a problem. She cheated on you with that particular guy. She should have been super extra careful not to have that particular guy be in any part of her life whatsoever. There's no oops, my bad when it comes to that particular guy. There's no rope, no leeway, no 3 strikes. She's already used all of that up by cheating on you with him the first time. And she should have known all of this already. So either she doesn't get it, or she does get it, and she doesn't care, and that's a problem. Good luck. And now onto the final update. So, I've finally decided to divorce. I went away for a bit without her. Keep in mind, I didn't go on vacation to Hawaii or anything. I went to a city that I used to live in before I even met my wife. Basically, I wanted to see what life could be like without my wife. And honestly, I felt peaceful. I felt calm. I actually stopped thinking about my wife for a while. Something many of you commented was that my wife could have cheated on me while I was away, but I realized I didn't really care. I don't care if she cheats on me now, or if she loves me. I just don't care anymore. When I got back, I actually hoped that she would be gone. Not because I hate her or anything, but it'd save me some hassle if I could file divorce by abandonment. I'm assuming it's easier. I don't really know how it works. But no, she was still there. I told her my decision, and she begged me to try marriage counseling. I told her I really don't want to go through the hassle. She told me that we should fight for us. I told her I just don't want to fight for us anymore. I don't care about our relationship anymore. We had a long talk, and eventually she accepted that I wanted a divorce. We're starting proceedings now, by the way. I kept the pictures and already met with a lawyer before I got back. I figured it wouldn't hurt to keep the pics. So yeah, now I realize I probably should have left her all of those years ago. Still, I don't regret what I'm doing now. In the comments, quote, I don't care if she cheats on me now or if she loves me, I don't care anymore. The opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. So yeah, divorce is the better way. I think you're making the right choice here, OP. You gave her a chance to redeem herself, and she didn't live up to her promises. She just had to keep pictures of someone she cheated with, even when you both moved. That's her fault, not yours. I'm glad you read her actions instead of just her words this time. I hope you continue to find peace in the days ahead and that the divorce process is a smooth one. Have been following and commenting since the beginning? I'm not surprised at your decision. My thoughts were that nothing she could do to fix this. I believe it's possible, in some situations, with the right attitude, for a couple to recover from infidelity, but that leaves no wiggle room for any taint of suspicion, or any hint that the couple is not each other's number one. You would pretty clearly set a boundary that her ex needed to be permanently erased from your lives. Those pictures revealed she could never admit she wasn't still carrying a torch for her ex. She kicked you in the balls when she decided to cheat on you, and if that wasn't bad enough, decided to keep pictures of the guy that she cheated on you with. She kicked you down, then stuck a knife in your back for good measure, so the only result here was a divorce. Anyone deserves better than a wife like this. This wasn't a one-off type of infidelity, or you wouldn't keep pictures of it. You would accept that it was a mistake and move on, yet she didn't, because it was probably an ongoing thing. Am I the asshole if I expose my mum's money problems to my dad after she spent my tuition? I, 20 female, have always supported my mum, 43 female, even financially, and I usually try to understand her side. My dad, 44 male, works overseas and sends money twice a month for groceries, bills, and school. He usually sends it to my mum, who then distributes it. Earlier this month, my dad came home after working abroad for 6 months. He had all of our expenses mapped out, including my tuition since I'm an incoming second-year aeronautical engineering student, which is really expensive where I live. He gave my mum around $1,000 for my enrollment fee, and that's like 60% of the whole tuition fee. What my dad didn't know was that I still had a $350 balance from my previous semester. My mum used part of the $1,000 for that balance, and I agreed not to tell my dad because I trusted she'd figure out a way to cover the rest. Fast forward to last week, I finished my documents, reserved my enrollment, and was waiting for the tuition payment. That's when I found out my mum had already used the remaining money for reasons she won't explain. She's been trying to recoup it, but nothing has come through. Prior to that, she told me she'll never touch my enrollment money since it'll be hard to recover. Today is the last day of late enrollment. If my tuition isn't paid by 6 p.m., I lose my slot. I've already missed 2 weeks of classes, including major and lab subjects, and I completely broke down. I told my mum that I'm tired of always having to compromise because she borrows or misuses money. I told her if this continues, I will have no choice but to tell my dad everything. Not just about my tuition, but also about her gambling and borrowing habits that I've helped cover up for years. The problem is, if I tell him, my parents will have a huge fight and he'll never trust her with money again. But I'm exhausted and now my education is on the line. Am I the asshole if I finally tell my dad the truth? In the comments, Totally Freaking Out says, "Tell your dad. It sounds like she may have a gambling addiction. Either way, it's financial abuse in my opinion. Your dad has a right to know what's happening with their money and to not be lied to." OP says, I actually considered telling him multiple times, but I'm just afraid of what the consequences will be, as the last time this happened, they had a huge fight and Dad wanted an itemized list of expenses. It was only recently he went lax, and this is what happens. Well, the consequences would have been a huge fight and your tuition paid. Covering for her is enabling her. If you want to help her, tell your father, and both of you can get her into gambling or shopping addiction therapy. Going forward, your father and you should be in charge of money. OP replies, I already told my dad about it, and I think they'll have a long talk once he gets back to our hometown. I study in the city 3 to 4 hours from there. But yeah, he decided he'll be sending the money directly now instead of letting Mum handle it. Aside from groceries, since my siblings are still too young to do so, and he's back to work next month. Atmosphere Life asks, were you able to get the money to go back to school? And OP says, yup. First of all, I'm sorry that you're in this situation. Honestly, I know it's difficult supporting someone when you know you shouldn't. I've been there. I don't think your mum will pay until the deadline. And even if she will, what about next semester or something else important? You are not the asshole for telling your dad, but you are one for not telling him sooner. If he finds out that you covered for Mum, he might be mad at you too. And rightly so. Be completely honest to him and prepare for a changed relationship with both parents. OP says, I'm not gonna lie, she already did this too last year, even using the money that I earned from doing art commissions to pay her debts. The only time I managed to use that money for myself was when I bought a gaming keyboard. I didn't really tell him at first, since before she managed to recover it, it's just now that I can't really tolerate it because I benefited from it before. I know my faults. I understand why people are being harsh on OP in this situation, but we don't all really grow up knowing that our parents are gambling addicts, and we don't grow up knowing exactly what to do about those things, so enabling and normalizing it makes sense to me. It's good that the community isn't being too crazy on OP being like, you're a bad person for allowing it to continue for this long. You're a flawed and disgusting person. Like, no, that would be a bit crazy. That would be too much. I know there was that one person saying you're an asshole for not telling your dad sooner. I've got some empathy in the tank for OP for that one though, because you don't really want to go rocking the boat too much, do you? You don't want to get in strife with your parents. You don't know how crazy Mum's gonna go if you start bringing Dad into the mix, and you don't want to start fighting Mum behind his back. But apart from that, I'm glad that it's all out in the open now. And now, on to the update. Hello again, and I do apologize if it took a while for the update. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for their responses, as it helped me to see that my mum's behavior should have never been allowed to continue. I fully accept the criticisms about me, and I know my wrongdoings. Second, I told my dad about the situation, and while he was mad at first for me not telling him earlier, well, not the angry type, but the disappointed type, he managed to find a way to secure the funds for my tuition fee. I also managed to get enrolled just this Saturday, though I missed 2 weeks' worth of classes, as well as an assessment. I spent the following days sending emails to my professors so I could catch up. Dad had a bit of a talk with Mum through a video call, since Mum is currently in our hometown, while my dad and I are in the city. I study in the city, while my dad was here for his documents and medical. He pressed on questioning her until it was revealed that she gambled the money in hopes of getting a high return to pay the money that she owes to various people, as well as return the money that was supposed to be for my education. Now, some of you might be wondering why my dad would finance my college. I'm actually from the Philippines, so culture here is a bit different, as there would be parents who would work so they can send their kids to college, and my dad happens to be one of those. Anyways, I told my dad about the money that she owed to my friends as well, and he found himself questioning why my mum would borrow money when he sent most of his salary to us, which is admittedly more than enough if there had been no loans to pay. Since then, however, my younger sister told me that Mum seemed down, like she has no fight left and gave up completely. She was unusually quiet too. I have no idea what else is happening since she hasn't talked to me or Dad ever since. I did send a message to my mum explaining why I did what I did, and I do ask about her to my siblings since she had deactivated her account. Hopefully when she comes here to the city to switch with my dad, who will then look after my siblings before he has to work again, we can at least bring back some of that bond that we had before this entire fiasco happened. Once again, thank you all so much for the kind and warm reception towards my dilemma, and I hope that none of you will go through what I experienced. In the comments, sounds like she has a gambling problem and is in deep with people. Or she got scammed, or both. Your mother definitely has a gambling problem. She's also down because she knows she has a problem and very nearly derailed your future with it. She's coming to terms with how much she messed up. I hope she figures it out and starts to improve herself. This kind of person is never down because of how they affect other people. The mum is down because she was found out. If she had felt that she was derailing her child's future by gambling with the money, she never would have gambled with it in the first place. She's not sorry she did it, she's sorry she was found out. Exactly. Mum is down because she now knows that it will be harder for her to get her hands on money earmarked for her children. She doesn't care about her impact on others. Addicts rarely do. You are definitely not the asshole. Your parents are, though. He knew that she had money issues and expected her to change without help? Really? So what you're saying here is that dad provides and mum gambles away tuition money and asks her child to lie to dad, so dad provides again, and you declare both of OP's parents the asshole? Okay. Reddit brain strikes again. He knew that she had money issues and he expected her to change without help. Curious. Oh my god, he just skipped the part where OP is feeling insanely guilty for holding this information and keeping up a charade for so long. And he's like, oh, he of course knew. Oh, of course, man. And just ignores all the comments of everyone being like, OP, you're a bit of an arsehole to your dad for keeping him in the dark. These comments never fail to surprise me, because what is that logic? Some people can change, for sure, and she did have money problems in the past, I will admit that. But if you didn't see it continuing, and you don't hear anything about it, you just assume she realized the error of her ways and she wanted to be better, not that she is a full-blown gambling addict and is kind of abusing her kids and getting them to cover. With him being overseas, I can see how that would be really easy to keep up. It's unfortunate it had to come to this spot, but good on OP for standing up for themselves and doing what is right in this situation. Thank you for the story and thank you for the update. Our next post is by user, probably not a thing too, titled, Am I the asshole for telling a coworker to read the room when he pointed out the free pizza while I was eating my own packed lunch? So yesterday at my workplace, there was a group meeting set during the noon. As the meeting was long, my workplace decided to host a free lunch period, basically pizza and other food. This was mentioned beforehand in an email sent to everyone, and due to various personal and family-related reasons, I take my own packed lunch to work. I can't see myself eating both my lunch and the free food provided, as that would be impossible, plus I don't want to waste my own lunch. After the first half of the meeting, we had lunch in the room itself. I opened up my own bag, while a lot of people went to go get the pizza. After like a few minutes, one coworker, whom I've never spoken to before, as I've only started 3 weeks ago, came up to me and said something like, "Hey, there's free pizza if you want it." This is where I got a bit annoyed, because 1, the pizza boxes were literally across the room. Obviously they were there, and 2, I was very clearly eating my own lunch, which I thought made it clear that I decided to forego the free work-provided lunch. So I told him something along the lines of, "No thanks, I have my own lunch as you can see. That means I'm not going for the free pizza." He said okay, and then left. Later after work, I told my parents about this when they asked me about what we did at work, and they said I was being rude by saying that, saying I could have left it at "no thanks." Granted, I was a bit annoyed, but I thought my simple explanation to my coworker was diplomatic and further clarified what was going on. Am I the asshole here? In the comments, Swirly Flurry says, "You're the asshole. Your coworker did read the room. He just didn't read your mind, and you got upset about it. I don't know why you felt so annoyed or needed to be rude. I guess you are the asshole here because your coworker certainly wasn't. 3 weeks in, and this is the impression you want to give to someone you're working with? Yeah, you came in hot and annoyed for no reason. Just say, I know, I'm good though, next time. He probably didn't want you to feel excluded. Maybe he just didn't think that you knew that you could have some because you're new. There is always awkwardness when it comes to free food given out, and you're the newbie. I don't know if this is like your first adult job or something. Try and get along with your coworkers before you snap at them, especially for no reason. Your work life will be a lot better if you're kind. Are you perhaps neurospicy? It's not a bad thing, of course, but it may provide some context about this. This situation was pretty innocuous, but it feels blown out of proportion. A very blunt response with no real reason to be annoyed or upset. It wasn't malicious sounding, so try not to assume otherwise. OP says, yeah, that was what I realized too. I'll stick with just, I know, I'm good, from now on. Thanks. And yeah, this is actually my first job ever, and I have Asperger's. I'm not saying those are excuses, but they're probably part of the reason why. Definitely makes sense. Life is hard, and you're learning. We all have times where social cues are hard. Never mind the fact that you're new, in a new environment with new people. It's a lot, and overwhelming. At least it was just over pizza this time. If you want, you could apologize to the coworker and just be like, hey, I'm sorry that I was short with you in my response. I appreciate that you're looking out for me. I'm new to this, so I need to work on my tone. I'm OP, by the way. You don't need to mention your Asperger's at all. You also could potentially restart a potential work friendship. An apology and accountability is super important. Also, just try and laugh this off. At the end of the day, it's not a big deal, just try not to make it a reoccurring thing. OP says, thanks for your kind words. And yeah, I'm definitely going to apologize to him in the next time we meet. Your template apology, of course swapping out OP for my name lol, is honestly perfect. I will certainly follow it. Also, thanks for your input on me not needing to mention my Asperger's to anyone except HR who already knows and has formal documentation since I got hired. I was debating this, especially considering that my Asperger's should never be used as an excuse. Even so, I'm worried that I might come off as using it as an excuse when I'm not. Edit. Hey there. Thanks to everyone for giving me their insights and pointing out what I did was wrong. I've learned my lesson well. I was very much the asshole in this scenario. I failed to understand at the moment why saying something like, I have my own lunch, as you can see, is inherently rude. And now I know that it was not acceptable at all. Though I didn't understand the social nuance of this interaction at first, due to my Asperger's, that is by no means any excuse for my actions, and I'm still responsible for what I say. Next week, I plan on speaking to the coworker the next chance I get and apologizing to him for my actions and words. He definitely didn't deserve to be treated that way by me. Thanks again to everyone for their input. I really do appreciate it. I may update on what happens and tie everything up on a good note at work. Just put it down to no beginner's luck on social interactions, unfortunately. I would like to think we've all been there in some capacity, and just maybe not been in the right mood during that time, and said something in jest, I would like to think. I didn't particularly mean it, Your Honor. You see, I spilt my coffee on myself this morning, and that's why I was in a mood, I was in a funk, I was rude to my coworker. Please, get me off the charges. But yeah, OP's new to the job, new environment, new people that they've never really associated with. This is a new scenario that they've not really tackled before. We're not perfect. We're not going to know the perfect words and actions to have in every situation. And I know some people are going to be like, oh, it's just common sense. You shouldn't say shit like that. And I just don't think that particular advice is helpful. I'm really glad that everyone was able to spell it out to OP in regards to how their approach to the situation was wrong and what they can do next time and what they can do to fix this situation as it stands. That was really nice to see, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, bit of a you're the asshole for that one, even though it wasn't intentional. And now, on to the updates. After thinking about my behavior towards my coworker and getting feedback from the comments, I realized that I was indeed very much being an ass to my coworker. At the time, I felt he was belittling me, but I realized this is not the case upon retrospect. My response to him was not at all diplomatic. In particular, I should not have said something like, "No thanks, I already have lunch, as you can see." But just saying, "No thanks, I already have lunch," was good enough and the polite version. So because of this, I made up my mind to apologize to him the next time I found him. Luckily today, I found him randomly in the hallway. I went up to him and said I was sorry for being inadvertently rude to him and that I took full accountability for it. That I was aware that he was making sure that I, a new employee, was feeling welcome, and I didn't initially realize that I came off as incredibly rude. He took it very well and told me, "Don't apologize for it," and that he understood. Although there was a little hitch where he was a bit surprised when I told him that I was a new employee. At the time of the first post, I was only 3 weeks in, so yes, I was a new employee. He said something along the lines of, "Didn't you join in June as the adjunct? I remember that." To which I said, "No, I started here 3 weeks ago, and I work in an entirely different position." We eventually figured out it was just a minor mix-up, and we both laughed it off. In retrospect, I realize it's possible maybe I wasn't too specific enough about the lunchtime incident, and he may have still been thinking about a different event, but I was a bit nervous at the time and didn't think that. In any case, I'm glad I was able to end things on a good note and learning a bit more about what real diplomatic workplace relationships look like. In the comments, Riker Omega 3 says, "Huzzah for adult communication. It's refreshing to see mature adults talking things out for a change. The internet makes it seem like everyone has completely lost their collective minds." OP replies, "Yeah, that seems to be a recurring thing that happens on the internet, but luckily there are some good interactions in the world, and hopefully more to come." Well, they did need Redditors to convince them to do it, but hey, a win is a win. Oh, come on, nobody's perfect, and everyone has blind spots to their own behavior or personality. OP had enough introspection to come to Reddit for advice, listen to the advice they received, and then act on it to improve themselves. That's a positive thing, not a negative. I agree, and there is someone just filling out that notion of, well, it's just common sense. You shouldn't have to go to Reddit for common sense. But they did finish it off with, "But hey, a win is a win." Absolutely couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, some of us were born yesterday and didn't get an instruction manual. Some of us were actually born with the advice to do the opposite of what OP did. And that's the environment that some people are raised in. Sometimes you do need places like Reddit to bring you back to a more socially acceptable middle ground. And I respect OP for coming to do that. I was thinking myself, if I were in OP's shoes, what would I have said in that situation? And I think it would have gone like, "No thanks, I already have my lunch, but thank you for that, I appreciate it. I'm all good though." I think that's a pretty good middle ground. And it also in terms of the coworker saying, "You don't need to apologize for that," I just feel like that's one of these cultural niceties that we have. It's like me saying, "Oh, no worries." I feel like you do have to apologize for things like that, and just saying, "Oh, you didn't have to apologize," is a recognition of the apology and not them literally being like, "In the future, don't apologize for your bad behavior." I don't know, guys. I'd like to know your takes on it if you have any. Our next post is by user ExileProofRock, and it's titled, "My girlfriend, 33, of 7 months, wants to quit her job because I, male 31, won a significant amount of money in the lottery." So my girlfriend and I have had a pretty tumultuous relationship, which has seen us broken up twice already. I've been the initiator of the split both times, always because of her extreme, unrelenting clinginess and lack of trust. We don't live with each other, obviously. Why we're still together is a bit of a mystery to me. I love her, for sure, and we can get along well together, but we also have very different ideas of what constitutes an acceptable amount of personal space and privacy. When I try to tell her that she's smothering me, she basically shrugs and says that she isn't changing. The The past 2 months, we've had a slight shelter from our usual storms, and it hasn't been as bad. She's still very clingy and constantly accuses me of chatting and meeting other girls. I haven't. Keeps close tabs on what I'm doing or who I'm hanging out with, etc., etc., but I keep at it because I believe I'd be alone for a long time without her, and am frankly afraid of that. It doesn't help that she's also told me much the same, that I would be alone without her. Cut to a few weeks ago, I won a lot of money in the lottery, paid in a lump sum. It's all very new to me and very, very surreal, and I haven't really done much with it yet at all, but talked to some financial advisors to figure it all out, but it's readily acknowledged that I'm in a position to retire. The only 2 things I've done so far is take a month off from work to sort through things, and get very drunk on expensive scotch with my sister. I have a lot of friends right now. I know who my friends are and plan on doing nice things for them all. However, my girlfriend is now asking if she can quit her job. When I asked her why she would, she said because I have money. That if she had won that much money, that she'd have given me X amount of money without a thought, because that's what people do for those they love. Anyways, it didn't take me long for her to start accusing me of wanting to ditch her now that I'm rich, and how she was so stupid not to have seen it before, all because I don't want to give her a shitload of money. Why are you with her, OP? Just leave her. She's giving you permission. I'm in an awkward position now. What am I to do? I'm not a stingy or shallow person, but this relationship was rocky before all of this. I'm afraid of looking shallow, I guess, even though I believe I'm being practical, and while I'm not necessarily clamoring for us to split right now, I feel like this will be an issue as long as we're together. Sorry for rambling, hope that makes sense. In the comments, Jess Toll says, "It's been 7 months and you've broken up twice already? Dump and run." OP says, "The argument is, I think she is overly smothering and she thinks I'm afraid of intimacy, so sometimes I second guess my rationale. But she's certainly very keen on knowing everything I do. Like if she sees that I'm online and it's not writing a lovey email to her, it's an argument all night. I realize it sounds cut and dry, but she does have her good qualities." OP, they all say that. Everyone says that. But unfortunately, the bad qualities always overshadow the good ones. You've yet to mention any. Reread what you've wrote and ask yourself, based on only what was written, what your advice to a different person who wrote that would be. Nope. You have this windfall and suddenly she thinks she's on easy street and never has to work again? Fuck that. You have much bigger fish to fry than your dating life. You need to talk to a financial consultant and find a way to make this money last so that you don't end up yet another cautionary tale. You need to learn to be appropriately selfish in a big way, and most likely, you're going to have to end your relationships with a lot of people. Otherwise, you are going to be expected to pay for pretty much everything and shamed when you don't. Don't fuck around with this. It could be the greatest or worst thing that has ever happened to you. OP says, "You hit the nail on the head. I do feel ashamed of thinking selfishly, and I think I worry about being perceived as such. It's amazing how much some people have opened up to me the past few weeks." Edit, thank you all for taking the time to respond. I think I'm taking my anxiety with the whole situation in general and applying it to a relationship that was on wobbly legs already. I'm afraid of having to make tough, selfish decisions with a lot of out-of-the-woodwork people, but this is clearly a no-brainer. The decision was essentially made before my win, even. Thanks again for your input and advice. It never ceases to amaze me just how wacky some people's normal radar is. Like, this girlfriend is giving off a ridiculous amount of red flags, just such controlling, boundary crossing, unacceptable behavior, time after time after time. They've already broken up twice. She's already accusing him of cheating and talking to other girls. She should be the ambassador for Fruit Loops at this point. And he's like, I can fix her. She's actually normal. Oh, the crazy frog? He's more like normal frog to me. That's the kind of shit that I'm getting from OP. Why are people this bad at reading really fucked up behavior? How come it had to be Reddit to tell you that Oh, she is not a keeper. This relationship is not gonna work. How many people has she told about your money? Look at her being like, well, I can quit my job now because my boyfriend of 7 months is rich and he's gonna give me $1 million. Ah, thank you, my Nigerian prince. Here is the bank account details for you to wire transfer all of that money because I've earned it. 2 breakups and cheating accusations means I've earned this money. Oh my god, I can't deal with these people. We do not occupy the same reality, obviously. And now, on to the update. So a few people have messaged me asking for an update on this situation. In a word, nightmare. Suffice to say, she was not happy when I told her that she needs to forget about the money for now and that we had serious problems in our relationship before the win that we kept sweeping aside, and all this has done is force us to have a conversation that we needed to have anyways. It got heated pretty quickly, and I felt like we kept digressing into petty arguments about old stuff instead of sticking to the main issue. She suddenly took to calling me manipulative and emotionally abusive, which took me completely off guard and had me scrambling to defend myself before it occurred to me that she was just trying to make me feel guilty again. After probably 4 or 5 hours of getting nowhere, I finally said that we are breaking up and there is nothing more to it. She got up from the couch, got her stuff, told me to go to fucking hell, and slammed the door. Next day, the texts and emails started to come in saying that no one will love me like she did, how it's sad to see how money has changed me so quickly, hoping I have fun banging superficial escorts, and on and on and on. I ignore the messages. The next day she calls, and I ignore the call. And she goes to voicemail and says she's crying, and says she needs my help, and has no one else to turn to and to please call her. I don't call her back. Thursday night around 11:30, the police are knocking at my door. Apparently a neighbor called in a loud domestic dispute from my apartment. I tell him I've been alone all night. He asks to take a look around and I say sure. He says the neighbor who called is not answering their door nor their phone and asks if I recognize the last 4 digits of a number, which I don't. So he asks if I know of any reason why someone would call the police making such a claim. I tell him I did recently break up with a girlfriend on the weekend, and we did yell, so either someone took their time to call, or my ex is not taking things well. We both agree that it is strange. I decide not to ask her about it. Over the weekend, I get a few emails/texts and calls from her that start off sweet and nostalgic, and end up angry and accusing me of throwing her to the side and being heartless, among other things. From the voicemails, I can tell she's drunk. I can't resist, so I ask her by email if she knows anything about the prank call to the police, which of course she denies, and then spins it back on me. Do I really think her so petty? Why would I even think that? It just proves that I never trusted her. Back to arguing, so I don't reply. So yesterday, I log onto Facebook for the first time in a while, and I notice over the past few days, she's been adding my friends as friends. Nothing else, but it freaks me out. I send her a message asking why she's adding my friends, and she essentially says it's a free country and that she couldn't have been so bad if my friends like her too. All to say, I am wary and I am depressed and lonely, and I have a feeling this is going to be a pain in the ass. Objectively, I know this was a good move, but subjectively, it's a whole other matter. Looking forward to normal times. Sorry again for the rant. In the comments, no one will love me like she did. Here's hoping, right? You should message your friends though, and say your ex is sending the cops to your house and such, so they should watch out if she friends them out of nowhere. OP says, I've locked my Facebook privacy settings down and emailed some friends. My closest friends and family are well in the know already, of course. Cut all ties, burn the bridges, block numbers, block on Facebook, document harassment. OP says, didn't think I'd need to block her number, but you were likely right. Nah, you need to. Every single option for communication with you is an open door to her. She's gonna try them all one by one until she finds an open one. She's like a raptor, systematically checking the electric fence for weaknesses so she knows where to attack. is all I'm saying. So do the right thing and turn the entire fence on so she can't get in no matter what. There were plenty of issues before he won the lottery. Together for 7 months and already split up twice, the relationship was on life support for basically the entirety of it. Guy never said anything nice about her, just thought she was right that he wouldn't find someone else. Some people prey on that weakness. Am I the asshole here for not defending our relationship more? I, 44 female, live in a small town, population about 2,000. I've been dating my boyfriend, 52 male, for 8 years. We were at a holiday party in December with probably 200 guests. Someone asked when we were planning to get married. Boyfriend said never. People continued to press the subject, so I said that neither of us wanted to get married currently, but if it changed, we'd be sure to let them know. So boyfriend said, if you ever change your mind about marriage, don't bother talking to me about it. Just move on and find a man who wants to marry you. God damn. Way to lay that one down, huh? Everyone was staring. I cried. We went home. He's brought it up a couple of times since then, but it's not really something that I see a point in discussing. He's made it clear from day one that he doesn't want to get married. I don't want to either. I wouldn't have said what he did in public, but it's the truth. The way he said it embarrassed me, and it hurt my feelings that he was so flippant about breaking up and going our separate ways after 8 years of being in love. But again, it's nothing I didn't know from private conversations. Every Tuesday we have dinner with friends at this Mexican restaurant. So last night at dinner, a guy that I know socially from living in the same small town walked up and said that he knew that I was exclusively dating boyfriend, but he just wanted to say that I should call him if I ever decided that I wanted a serious relationship. And then he looked at boyfriend and said, "Nothing personal, man." I know we go way back. They're about the same age and hung out in high school and in their early 20s, but if she wants anything more than casual dating, it would be over between you two anyway. After we got home, boyfriend was upset with me for not making it clear that we have more than a casual relationship. I told him that I wasn't the one who made our relationship status unclear, and if he felt something was unclear or misunderstood, he could have set things straight himself. In the comments, Take the Red Leaf says, LMFAO, the balls on that guy are genuinely impressive. I mean, are you interested? I kinda think you should be, lol. Your boyfriend is temporary. This seems as good a jumping off point as any. OP says, he's good looking, successful, smart, funny, never married, no kids. Was a bit of a womanizer when he was younger, but he's made it pretty clear in the last few years that he's looking to settle down and get married. Checks a lot of boxes if a girl was looking to get married. I'm just not. Downvoted commenter says, if you truly were looking to not be married, your boyfriend wouldn't have made you cry when saying if you ever want to get married, you can go find that. However, your boyfriend seems like a douche. I'd leave his ass. OP says, I promise you, I most definitely do not want to get married again. I cried because I was embarrassed by what he said. By the way he said it, and the impression that he gave everyone that not getting married was not a mutual decision and was something that he decided, and that I was sitting around hoping he would change his mind or trying to convince him. Look, if you don't want to get married, that's fine, but find someone who doesn't publicly humiliate you. I agree with that, and I mean, I laughed out of just the sheer absurdity of that situation to publicly put your partner down like that. Come on, OP, that man doesn't like you. No loving partner would do something like that. He went out of his way to publicly shame and humiliate you because why? Did he enjoy it? He's obviously never done this before, but now when there's hundreds of people surrounding you and within earshot, this is the perfect opportunity to be like, you're pathetic. You should just leave me. If you want to get married so bad, I'm not the guy for you. I'm just your casual boyfriend of 8 years. God, look at you. You're pathetic. That's genuinely how the situation reads. Now, obviously, I don't agree with the other guy coming up and being like, oh, you should marry me. Mr. Hotshot over here is not a serious fella. That's just weird that he came up and did that. I don't know how much bearing this has on the situation besides just someone else cementing the fact that you need to leave this guy. And I don't even know if that interaction with him coming up to the both of you and being like, when you're ready to get married, it's time to kick this guy's ass to the curb. I don't really know where I was going with that besides I don't think you would have mentioned it unless you were starting to dislike your boyfriend as well and be like, yeah, there are better options out there. Except this asshole that came up and told me to dump my boyfriend because he wants to get married and I still don't. But I also hate my boyfriend. What an odd set of circumstances, huh? And now, onto the update. So after posting, I did a lot of reflection on our relationship. One day, I just packed what I had at his house and brought it all to my house while he was at work. When he came home, I told him that I'd moved my things out and I wasn't going to be around anymore. I gave him his house key. Boyfriend feels blindsided by my moving out. He doesn't understand how he went from happy and peaceful to me moving out and living an hour plus away when essentially nothing changed. I still have feelings for him, but it wasn't nearly as painful as I expected it to be. I have too many hard feelings towards him for the way that he treated me and my kids, especially in the beginning of our relationship, to try to salvage anything between us. And I most definitely have too much resentment towards his youngest son, 24 male, to ever consider working on things and trying to be anything that resembles a family with either of them. 8 years, and I packed everything I had there in like 2 hours, like I was never there. During the first couple of years, I did tell him how he made me feel, but his answer was always, "This is the deal, take it or leave it." It took 8 years, but I decided to leave it. I suppose at some point I emotionally checked out of the relationship and just sort of let things be. Many of the issues have just sorted themselves out with time, but the underlying hurt is still raw. My house really doesn't feel like home to me anymore. I've been staying with my children, who are away from home attending college. I've completely moved out of my house, and I officially put it on the market last Friday. For now, I'll just commute to work until I figure out what I want to do going forward. Added comments. First, let me say that I'm absolutely amazed by all of your kind words and well wishes. I can't believe how kind and supportive you guys have been. I'll address a couple of the common comments and questions. First, I guess the most popular is about the guy from the Mexican restaurant. I've spoken to him since, but it's not the fairy tale ending that you guys are dreaming of. I'm definitely not in a place where I'm ready to date, and I can't remember his exact words, but the jest was that he'd be happy to take me out sometime, but he was just being a dick to my ex-boyfriend on purpose because of what he said at the party and other things he'd seen boyfriend do over the years. Very anticlimactic, I'm afraid. Although he does frequently work around where I'm living, so who knows what the future holds. Second, financial concerns. If you guys want to take back all of your "I'm proud of you" comments, I understand. I really have no excuse for staying. I'm well educated, I earn a good living, well above 6 figures. I wasn't always, but I literally spent 20 years going back to school time and time again. For the past few years, I've made significantly more money than ex-boyfriend. I really have no excuse for why I stayed so long. In the comments, Thinkseeing says, "Honestly, the fact that you guys have been dating for 8 years and it took you less than 2 hours to pack is very telling. This guy did not give you space or respect in his life." OP says, "I always maintained my own home in town, and I honestly loved the house that I bought for my college-aged kids. I moved all of my life treasures there when I bought it. I had mostly clothes and toiletries at his place. My mail didn't even come to his house." OP, please, please, please give yourself some time in TLC. You've made a mess load of changes in your life. Find your new nest and see how you feel living in your own skin for a while. Indulge in cocoa and a few good books. Head out to a plant nursery or arboretum and enjoy the smells and colors. Are your kids making any commentary? I'm glad you're spending some time with them. Not the asshole, and congratulations. OP says, "I'm sure I'll stay in this house. I loved it when I bought it, and I still love it now." My son is very supportive, but he's a bit of a mama's boy. He wouldn't be anything else. He has no opinion about anything to do with ex-boyfriend. He just thinks it'd be nice if I cook pot roast for dinner. He's bringing his girlfriend. Thanks. My daughter thinks that at some point, ex and I need to have a conversation to achieve closure. His younger son has also reached out to her. She has essentially put them both in timeout until they're ready to have respectful conversations and give real apologies. For what it's worth, I'm also in timeout. She gave me the same kind of talk that I used to give her about timeout not being a punishment, but a time to process strong emotions and reflect on how our actions contributed to the entire situation and decide what we need to do to move forward. That may not be something you can do in a few minutes or even a whole day. Once you are feeling calmer, you can rejoin us, but you're still going to have to spend some quiet time with this to sort things out. And I'm always here to talk and listen, but this isn't something I can do for you. We will revisit this in 5 minutes and then talk about it before bed tonight and then daily so I can help you until you get things sorted out. So that's where we are. Daily conversations. Honestly, I think OP did the right thing for herself in this situation. I myself would have been a very sad and disappointed parent if she had found some way to salvage it and continue that relationship with that dickhead. And maybe I read the Mexican restaurant situation wrong. Just in my heart of hearts, it felt like a very weird thing to happen, and, it wouldn't make me want to date that person. But I'm sure the situation is a bit different for OP, knowing these people better and experiencing the situation herself. And also whether she needs to achieve closure or not. I feel like, that gets brought up so much. Is it just a cliche at this point? Do we always need closure from these situations? Do we have to go and have those conversations? I don't know how necessary that is, but if OP wants to do it, the more the merrier. I'd love to know what you guys have to say about that. Our next post is by user RA199299, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole for ruining my brother and his wife's pregnancy news with the news of my recent diagnosis?" Bit of backstory. My brother and I are very close. His wife and I not so much. We've had our fair share of tension. Anyway, I fell sick in the middle of May, but held off getting checked out because of COVID and safety reasons. Eventually, when June started, I decided to go get it checked out, and it turns out it was stage 2 breast cancer. I decided to tell my family 2 days ago since lockdown laws have been lifted, so I invited everyone over, and when I told my brother and his wife, he said, okay, that's fine, because he has news to share too. So our family gathered, and my brother decided to go first. He did ask me, and he announced that his wife is 4 months pregnant. Of course, everyone was overjoyed. After about an hour, they asked about my news, and I knew this was probably the last time in a long while before I had everyone here in person, so I told them. And of course, the initial joyous atmosphere was gone. The rest of the evening was a lot of support for me, and not a lot of attention on my brother and his wife. My brother didn't seem to mind this, as he was quite distraught with my news, but I saw his wife was pretty upset and cornered off. So I decided to approach her, and I apologized for the timing of it all. She told me that I could have waited a bit and Skyped everyone with the news, as it's just stage 2, and let my brother and her have this moment with their family. I told her that I initially called this meeting for this exact reason, and she said she knows, but I knew that my news would damper everyone's mood. So I told her she's being ridiculous, and I wanted to tell my family in person, since they are my family after all, and she burst into tears and demanded to go home, with my brother obliged to, even though he was confused. He promised he would come see me soon, since he stays close to me. Later that evening, I get a message from him asking if I told his wife that she isn't a part of the family and that I deliberately wanted the attention on me, because that's what she's upset about. Also, the next day my parents called me to check up on me, and my mum mentioned that my brother's wife called yesterday evening, really upset, telling them what I said, quote-unquote, and claiming I'm jealous because she's pregnant and I'm trying to ruin her life. I told my parents what actually happened and what I really said, and it's caused not only tension between his wife and me, but my parents and her too, and now she's blaming me for my parents not being her biggest fans. My brother is torn, but has been trying to talk to her, which results in more tears and a strain in their marriage. All this drama is making me think I should have just called up everyone rather, or just told my brother that his news had to wait, even though that would have been selfish of me. I really wanted my family's support that day, but I'm starting to rethink whether it was worth all of this drama and potentially causing further problems. So Reddit, am I the asshole? In the comments, Left Hand of Kindness says, not the asshole. You called the meeting for your news. Also, if sharing it in person was unimportant, then why couldn't your sister-in-law share the pregnancy news over Skype? Her own reasoning should have been good enough for her. And good luck with your treatment. Not the asshole. I was so ready to call you the asshole from the title alone, but you arranged this meeting to break the news of something very serious, and your brother decided that it was time to break news as well. Could you have handled this better? Well, yes. You could have asked him privately what his news was when he said that he had something to announce so that it didn't get awkward like this, but regardless, the blame does not fall on you at all. But the fact is that cancer is, a bit more of an important thing to announce than a pregnancy, and the sister-in-law made a huge misstep getting jealous and saying what she did. Skype? Really? She's definitely the asshole here. There are things more important than a pregnancy, especially because a pregnancy has a lot more of a time frame to announce than a disease that you're going to need to get some pretty obvious treatment for. Also, I wish you a good recovery. Back up to the post, there's an edit. Wow, I didn't expect this to get so much lovely feedback, and to think I was slightly scared to post this. Thank you all for the unnerving support, love, and huggies. I read, and am still reading, every single comment made, and I really appreciate it. I will most definitely fight through. Thank you all so much. I just wanted to add a few points. When brother told me that he had news too, he was really super excited and added it as a just, by the way, I'll announce mine too. He did apologize and admit afterwards that if he had known what my news was, he would have held his off, because right now what's important is my recovery. He also admitted that he wrongly assumed that my news would be automatically good. I'm usually always the happy, chirpy one. His wife wasn't too fond of this either. Brother's wife also had a miscarriage at the beginning of the year, which is why this pregnancy, I suppose, was extra special. I'm truly happy for them. I just wish she could understand, like one user pointed out, that this isn't a competition. I don't know why I couldn't tell him over the phone. We are really close, and I knew that it would have crushed him. I couldn't steal him away at the gathering either because he was the last to arrive, and when I did, he just quickly mentioned, "Hey OP, mind if I go first?" And I was frozen on the spot, so I said sure. Also pretty silly on my part. It's hard to explain that feeling where you are absolutely frozen and there's a big lump in your throat that prevents you from speaking, but saying the news in the first place was really difficult to begin with. Edit. Just another point to clarify, I'm not a saint, but my brother does mean a hell of a lot to me. It's exactly why his wife and I cleared the air between us before, because I wouldn't deliberately make his life hell by pissing her off. Hence why when I saw she was upset, I approached her, and when she told me that I could have Skyped, I responded with, I wanted to tell them in person since my family and they would probably want to be there with me when I broke the news. I never once implied that she wasn't a part of it. My brother and parents know this. Even with all of this reasoning, I think that brother's wife is pulling off an incredible acting performance. I think she is overreacting to this, and yes, making this a competition, because she wants it to be all about her, and she's sad that she took over this gathering that OP set up in the first place, because OP obviously had news to share, and how dare OP share that news when we butt in with our good news? I don't know, man. I just find that behavior of hers disgusting and reprehensible. Yes, it's sad that you had a miscarriage at the start of the year. That is bad, and obviously, this news of a 4-month pregnancy that has taken is incredible. Yes, but that doesn't give her any excuse to attack OP for the announcement that OP was going to make, and this event that OP set up specifically for that announcement. Sorry, but what a piece of shit. I'm gonna be honest, she sounds like a piece of shit for doing that, and I fully expect an apology towards OP, and an apology to the rest of the family as well. This is not something that should be isolated and buried. I feel like she needs to apologize for everyone for her fucking attitude at that event. That is genuinely so disgraceful what she did. And now, on to the update. Sorry this is so late. A lot has been happening this past month since the news came out, and since I've received a tremendous amount of love from Reddit, I thought it would be only fair to let you all know what happened. First and foremost, I've started treatment. Also one of the reasons that I couldn't update sooner. Thank you all for your well wishes. I was planning on bouncing back as soon as I can. Anyway, I could see that my brother was under a lot of stress, and I finally sat him down to talk about it properly. He showed me a bunch of texts that his wife sent him telling him that he's a shitty father for choosing me over his family. She said I was seeking attention and nobody cares about her. Oh, poor baby! Oh, what a little baby she is! And one thing that really got to me was that she told him to choose once and for all. And if he picks me, he loses her and his child. And if he picks her, she doesn't want me in their lives at all. I felt terrible, not only for him, but knowing that I could have prevented all of this. I don't think you could have, OP, but sure. I took the time to apologize for putting him in this position, and if I had just pulled him aside soon enough and given him a heads up, he would have truly understood. Brother tells me that I shouldn't apologize because he should have been more considerate. He also mentioned that his wife would probably still have gotten mad at him whether they did or didn't give the news on that day. So I decided that I should invite her over for coffee to sort out everything. I spoke to her alone, I asked her about everything. She was very cold and didn't really answer, so I started talking first by apologizing if I made her feel excluded from the family or that her pregnancy was of any less importance. I explained that I should have given them a heads up so that we could have avoided what had happened altogether, and that was my fault and that I was very sorry. But I also mentioned that the way that she reacted and went to the extent of lying wasn't okay. She then started crying and vented about how angry she's been, and that my brother always put me first, and recently they've been going through a rough patch, and when he sided with me, it made her even more upset and feel even more lonely. She admitted she lied to my parents and my brother, saying that she was hoping that they would show her more sympathy, and when they were cold to her, she got even more upset. After hours of talking, she apologized for how she acted and has been acting, and she would like if we moved on from this. My brother came later, and they both went home. He texted me saying that they both spoke for hours and agreed to couples therapy. My parents are currently living with me and helping me out tremendously, but they're not quite happy with my sister-in-law yet. Although they promised to try to work things out, things finally seem to calm down, and let's hope it stays that way. None of this would have been possible without the feedback that you all gave me, and I'm indebted to that, so thank you. Edit to add, you were all so kind, honestly. But I wanted to clarify that I'm not a saint, nor am I selfless. I know what happened wasn't entirely on me, however. In order to focus solely on my recovery, I can't be stressed out about this whole situation and have all of this tension around. Seeing my brother being put in that position, and my sister-in-law, as hurtful as she was, being upset and holding hatred, can affect herself and the baby. I did what I could to fix things so that everyone can focus on being healthy and being positive without holding any grudges. I know I sure will. I know my sister-in-law. She can be very stubborn and unreasonable, and if I left things in her hands, I'm 99% sure that it would have resulted in much, much worse circumstances than me putting the first hand forward. At least now I can focus on my recovery without any distress or toxicity. I'm human, I felt angry, I felt upset. Yes, I wanted to give her a piece of my mind, but in doing so, isn't helping myself, her, my brother, or my family, only damaging things further. This realization is what prompted me to let it all go and focus on positivity and my mental and physical health. Last edit, I spent all day on Reddit reading every little or big comment made. And honestly, I didn't know you could feel so much support from people you never met. You are all amazing humans. Thank you all for the upvotes, comments, and awards. And I will still read every single comment, but this will be my final edit. And for the people who asked, I'm 24. In the comments, imagine accusing someone of stealing the spotlight with their cancer announcement at a gathering they have arranged. She needed therapy like ages ago. She told me that I could have waited a bit and Skyped everyone with the news, as it's just stage 2, and let my brother and her have this moment with their family is such a deranged thing to tell someone who has just been diagnosed with cancer at 24 during a pandemic as well. That actually pissed me off so much. My mother-in-law was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer and beat it, but 2 years into remission, it came back with a vengeance. Stage 4 and everywhere. And she passed in November. Just stage 2 doesn't mean shit. Look, I know that it was in OP's best interests to keep the peace and calm everyone down, despite OP not being the one in the wrong. OP had to extend that olive branch when it was not OP's job to do so. She had to go put out a fire that someone else had started. Or in fact, someone else had set her on fire, and she had to reach out and be like, let's put out the fire that you did to me together. You know? I don't like you at all, but you continue to be such a piece of shit that I'm going to have to come talk some sense into you, and I'm going to have to apologize to you so that everyone can start moving on from this. What an emotional terrorist that woman is. And that is just so unfair to OP, to have to be the one to make everything peaceful once again. Because that woman's like, oh, I can't have too much stress in my life because I have a baby, and that could really affect the baby, but I'm gonna do nothing to make the situation any better. In fact, if it was up to me, I would make the stress 10 times worse for everyone, and then I'd complain that everything is so stressful and how hard done by I am with my baby, because does anyone ever think about me? That just infuriates me. I don't see how you could remain married to someone like that. If I was OP, I'd be pushing for him to divorce her and get rid of her. Honestly, what a piece of shit. She did nothing right in this situation. OP has too much patience and did the right thing in this situation, yes, but she's just gonna do it again. Let's be real, she's gonna do it again in the future. She's a ticking time bomb. I hate her. Am I the asshole for cutting off my family over my brother refusing to do simple paperwork? I, 26 female, honestly feel like I'm at my breaking point and need some outside perspective because I'm either going crazy or just finally waking up. Growing up, my brother, 24 male, was always the golden child. He got to do everything I wasn't allowed to do. He had freedom, friends, he could go out, date, live like a normal teenager. Meanwhile, I wasn't allowed to do any of that. If I even questioned it, I'd get the, he's a boy, it's different response. That excuse was drilled into me for years, and I'm still resentful of how much I missed out on just because of that double standard. For context, we are Balkan Muslims, and this is pretty common for us women to not get treated the same as our male relatives. Now I'm married with a child of my own. I live an hour away from my parents, and while I don't mind helping them here and there, I've got a household, a job, and a toddler to take care of. Lately, they've been needing more help with bills, paperwork, appointments, organizing their estate, and guess who's handling all of that? Me. Not the son who lives with them rent-free with his girlfriend and has all the free time in the world. It's become too much, and I told my parents I can't keep doing everything, and they need to start asking their son to step up. They weren't happy, but for about a week, things were quiet. I wasn't getting flooded with texts and calls. I thought they were finally listening, and my brother finally grew up. This past weekend, I went to visit and immediately saw a giant pile of paperwork, unopened mail, and bills scattered on the table. I asked what was going on and why it was all untouched. They told me they'd asked my brother to take care of it, and he kept saying he'd get to it. I asked where he was, and surprise, he was out with his friends. My parents asked me to do it, and I said no, and we were going to wait until he came home and he was going to do it. No more excuses. An hour later, he walks in, doesn't even greet me, just says, "Have you done mum and dad's paperwork yet?" I looked at him and said no. This is your job now. You live here, you handle it. He starts whining, saying that I'm better at organizing. I know what gets paid when, I can translate things better, I know where everything goes. I told him I don't care. I have my own life and family to take care of, and it's not my responsibility to keep doing everything just because no one ever taught him how to be an adult. He got mad and things escalated. He started yelling, insulting me, and at one point picked up a binder full of documents and threw them at me, and it hit my head. I just stared at him and waited for my parents to say something, to defend me, to check him for that behavior and for throwing a binder at me. Instead, they looked at me and said it's my fault and I started it and I should have just shut up and done the paperwork like always. I snapped. I started yelling at them all, saying everything I've bottled up for years. I told them that they raised a spoiled, lazy man-child who can't do a basic task and will throw them into a nursing home the first chance he gets. I told them I was done being the one who carries all the weight while he gets to live carefree. I grabbed my things and told them that I couldn't stand this family anymore and I hated them all. As I was walking out, they said if I left and refused to help, they would have nothing to do with me. I said fine. I left and I haven't spoken to them since. Now they're blowing up my phone. First asking for help. My brother saying he doesn't know where the checkbooks are, how to write a check, who's my mum and dad's doctor, insurance, etc. When they saw I wasn't responding to the texts, they got nasty. They began calling me selfish, heartless, and cruel. My dad left a voicemail wishing that I would get cancer in my stomach. He said this in our native language, and this is the best way I could translate it to make it make sense. That broke my heart. They've said some horrible things to me, but that was way too far. They even dragged my aunt into it, who's now telling me that I should be ashamed of myself for how I spoke to my parents and for refusing to help them, and that God will punish me. At this point, I've gone completely no contact. But I can't lie, I feel guilty even though I know I was pushed beyond my limit. Am I the asshole? In the comments, when asked, how did OP react to her parents' comments on their expectations on her and her brother when it comes to relationships, OP says, "You should have seen my husband and I's face when he first brought her home and said she was spending the night. We were actually happy for him that he got a girlfriend, but appalled when he said she was sleeping over, and my parents basically said, 'Yes, perfect, we love you two,' while my husband had to sleep in hotels the first few months of our engagement." Someone else asks, "What gets me is the fact they can't even open mail. Like, can't even open an envelope and look at the mail? If they had done that and said, 'This one is concerning a doctor's appointment, but I don't know which doctors were under, ... etc., I'd be more forgiving. But if they are literally incapable of opening mail, then I'd go with, 'Sorry parents, you obviously need 24-hour care, and that's not a level that I can do. So you're going in a home.'" Harsh? Yes. But realistically, if they can't even open a letter, then that's a level of care that requires a care facility. Obviously they can do it, just won't, but I'd go that route. OP says, "The mail thing is sort of my fault. When we first moved to America, we had green cards, so we were receiving mail from immigration. My parents not being able to read English and not knowing why people kept showing up and dropping envelopes off, mailmen, were throwing away all of the mail they received every single day. I saw them throwing it away one day and stopped them. Thank God I caught on when I did, or we would have missed important appointments that would have costed us our citizenship. I told them to not open any important mail, and I will do it, but I didn't realize this would apply decades later after I got married and moved out." Another commenter says, "They raised you to take care of them. They raised him to be taken care of. You were a convenient tool for them, someone to take care of everything while they spoiled their son. Now they get to reap what they sowed. I'm so sorry. It sucks, but I would mute their calls. No need to stress yourself out, and remember the peace you feel not serving them. And don't crawl back. They need to apologize and actually change before you have anything to do with them." OP says, as horrible as it is, I don't want anything to do with them anymore. My own brother assaulted me and they blamed me. I can never forgive them for that, and I will not allow my daughter around that and believe that that is normal and what a loving family is. Someone else says, you are being treated like a servant. Stay strong. Go no contact if necessary. Explore other religions. Find one, or none, that treats women as equals. Raise your children to be different. You have nothing to gain emotionally from staying in that family. You have your own. OP says, the religion isn't a problem. It's the culture, unfortunately. OP on following the culture for her family. My husband and I are breaking the generational trauma/curse. Our daughter and future child will be treated equally and will be allowed to live their life the way they want. No matter what, their happiness is more important than anything else. Someone else says, definitely not the asshole. Reminds me of a friend who did everything for her mum, even cancer caring for her final stage of life, paying bills, etc., while having a family of her own. Guess who was the golden child, did nothing, lived rent-free in the house, and got everything done for them, including all of the assets in the will? Yep, the brother. Let them fuck around and find out. OP says, lol, I went to my parents' estate plan consultations/appointments to help them and had so much fun listening to them tell me that almost everything, including their home here and property back home, goes to him. They told me I'll get $5,000 and any traditional clothing they have. The funniest part was how uncomfortable the attorney was when I told them my parents wanted to give my brother basically everything. Back up to the post, there's an edit. Hi again. I wanted to clarify a few things that came up. Someone said I was the asshole for not teaching my family how to do anything. That's just not true. I've spent hours trying to teach my parents how to access bills online, sign checks, etc. They always struggled to remember, which really just means they didn't care to learn. I even tried teaching my brother, but he always had plans or wasn't in the mood. I tried, mother is 50 and father is 65. Oh, I love that. A late 30s man in the Balkans, married and got to know a probably teens and early 20s mother there. That was really cool, and I'm sure there was no problems at all in how those two met. Just love at first sight, unproblematic couple goals. As for religion, please don't confuse my culture with Islam. My parents picked and chose what Islamic values suited them, which is unfortunately very common, especially in the Balkans. Islam actually holds women in very high standards. It's culture that messed everything up. For example, I wasn't allowed to date or have fun because I'd shamed the family, and I had to marry a Balkan Muslim. But my brother dated whomever he wanted, including non-Muslim women. My husband wasn't even allowed to sleep in our guest room at our house when we got engaged and slept in hotels until I finally snapped on my parents for that. Yet my brother's girlfriend basically moved in day one and no one blinked. I've been the translator and basically the family employee since I was 10. I've filled out every form, made every call, done everything for my parents, and it just never stopped. I blame myself for this, as I should have put my foot down years ago. My husband doesn't like my family and hates my brother. That hatred really cemented when my water broke at 30 weeks and I was in the hospital crying and having a legit mental breakdown thinking I failed my baby. My lovely brother showed up and told me that I must have done something stupid and broke my water myself. My husband dragged him out and my brother wasn't allowed back. Right now, my husband only knows that there was a screaming match and I decided to cut everyone off. He doesn't know the full story because if he did, I know exactly what he'd do, and I'm not trying to go down that road. I know they'll probably show up at some point. I'm mentally preparing for it. Who knows what they'll do at that point? I've mentioned that I would like to move closer to my in-laws, and my husband is on board with that idea. He also talked to me about starting therapy. We were reading the messages and comments together, and we both realized I was severely emotionally abused. Thank you for all of your kind words and support. I truly appreciate you all. It's just sad that internet strangers have shown me more kindness and love than my own family has in years. I will update if anything happens. Much love to you all. Edit 2. I forgot to mention I told my husband what my brother did to me, and as you can imagine, he's furious and wanted to head over there tonight and, but I won't let him stoop to his level. I'm now worried about them showing up here and causing a commotion, as that is the type of people they are. There's so much I want to say about these people. There is so much I want to scream into the void about, but it's not worth it. It's not worth getting to that level of anger, because I'm gonna say some things I regret. All I hope is that OP gets the hell out of there and looks after herself, because it seems like she has the wherewithal to recognize how wrong everything is. And while I respect her not wanting to tell her husband, the full scale of what happened there, he deserves to know. I think he deserves to know the full story and everything that went down so that he can protect you as well as best he can. I don't think it's fair to hide that from him when he knows full well what your family is like. That would be the driving force to get you two out of there even faster. Not the asshole at all, OP. And now, onto the update. So a lot has happened since my last post that I don't even know where to start. Trigger warning, abuse. After I went no contact, the calls didn't stop. My phone was blowing up constantly, and then my dad decided to try to call my husband directly. He acted like absolutely nothing happened, all cheerful and casual, as if my brother hadn't just thrown a binder over a week ago. I guess my dad thought my husband didn't know what happened. My husband cut him off and told him he knows exactly what happened, and that if my brother ever bothers me again or so much as steps foot on our property, it won't be pretty. Let's just say the conversation ended very quickly after that. A few days later, my uncle and aunt decided to randomly drop by our house unannounced to talk things out. My husband went outside before I even had a chance to react. He absolutely chewed them out, telling them that if helping my parents is so important to them, they should go do it themselves instead of harassing us. They left pretty fast after that. An hour after they left, my parents showed up. My husband did not allow them inside, but they stood at my door yelling at me, saying how disappointed they were in me, and how I was disrespectful for talking about family issues with my husband. They called me horrible names that I can't even repeat here. I finally snapped and told them that I want nothing to do with them anymore, and this would be the last time we speak. They kept going, but I refused to participate in the conversation any longer, and they eventually left after my husband threatened to call the police. When they left, I completely broke down. The things my parents said were vile and cruel. I don't know what I did to deserve this kind of treatment. I expect that kind of behavior from my in-laws, not my parents. But the sad truth is, my mother-in-law has been a better and more loving mother to me than my own mum ever has, and that hurts in a way that I can't even explain. This happened a few days ago, and since then, I've blocked my parents, brother, my uncle, and my aunt. A few other family members have tried reaching out, but the moment I see they're defending my parents, I block them too. I just can't deal with it anymore, and I have my own family to worry about. We've decided we'll be moving closer to my in-laws this winter, and no one will know except my close friends and family we can trust not to run back to my parents. My first therapy session is scheduled for next week as well. When I opened up fully to my husband and our close friends about my childhood, the look on their faces made me sick. They explained to me that what I went through was not normal, and that no parent should ever treat their child the way that mine treated me. Emotional abuse wasn't the only kind of abuse I experienced. I won't outright say it, but let's just say that when I was in trouble as a kid, my parents would make me go outside, pick a branch from a tree, cut it, and bring it to them, and you can probably guess the rest. This was constant and not the only thing. My childhood was deeply messed up, and I'm only truly realizing the extent of it now. I'm not doing well at the moment, but I'm thankful to have my husband and friends to support me. I really hope therapy will help me heal, but I know it'll take a long time. Right now, it feels like I'm just floating in darkness. I can't comprehend why my parents hate me so much. I did everything they ever wanted, even if it compromised my own happiness, but it still wasn't enough for them. To everyone who's commented or messaged me, thank you. You've shown me more kindness and compassion than my own family ever has. I wish every single one of you nothing but love and happiness. I hope this is the first and last time that I have to update on this situation. Much love to you all. In the comments, going completely no contact with your family is the first step towards achieving personal peace. You got a terrible start in life with the family that you were born into, but the universe is providing a correction via your chosen family. Your husband is an absolute star. Good luck. And OP says, thank you. I'm very thankful for my husband. I'm debating on whether to tell my mother-in-law and father-in-law what happened, as they still don't know what recently happened. Someone else says, you're doing well. It gets better. Don't let them back in. They'll try emotional blackmail and, but family. But your best bet is to ignore them. OP says, I've blocked them all and I will be moving. I've processed them like a death and they will never hear or see me again. OP on her husband and his relationship with her family says, you're right, and I should have added a bit more context on my husband's relationship with my family. Basically, he realized from the beginning that my family treated me terrible, and in his defense, he has sat me down and talked to me about it multiple times and said that this isn't right nor normal. I would brush it off and say, they didn't mean it, or they're my parents. I don't tell you what to do with yours. That still didn't stop him from trying to get through to me and stick up for me. Over the years, he began to hate them more and more. I can't say too much in fear of someone from my family being on here and finding out this is me. What really set him off was after my water broke and my brother treated me the way he did in the hospital, and he became more vocal about me needing to take care of myself and have my brother handle my parents. He was already sticking up for me multiple times, but it got to a point that as soon as a comment was made towards me, my husband took us home immediately. The more I talk about it, the more I realize how stupid I was, and I should have listened to my husband more, as I put him through all this bullshit as well. Beach Polini says, if you leave, we'll have nothing to do with you ever again. Proceed to harass her over the phone and in person until she decides she needs to move to completely cut them off. She was right. Their son is going to throw them away the first chance he gets. They'll be lucky if there's even money for a nursing home. Whenever there is a singular point of failure like this in any situation, I always wonder what the plan is if that person unexpectedly gets sick, injured, or dies. Critical redundancies are absolutely necessary, whether in politics, business, or familial relations. There is no plan. They just assume that whoever has been responsible will always be responsible. Hell, it goes both ways on the idiot brother's part. He clearly hasn't thought about if and when both parents die before him, and there's nobody to wipe his ass or feed him. I've seen it firsthand in my own family. Grown cousin in his 50s who would have starved to death if his mum hadn't made the rest of the family promise to take care of him on her deathbed. It's just so sad seeing stories like this, that some parents are such failures in all aspects of their life, and they enable their children to be such failures as well. OP was so lucky finding a husband like that wasn't looking for someone vulnerable to be abused and continue to abuse them in their own unique way. Like, genuinely, we hear too many stories where OP shows signs of being abused and abusers pick up on it and continue the cycle in a much worse way. I'm so happy that he continues to stick up for OP, reprogram her, show her that the way she has lived, the way she has been groomed into accepting that behavior from her parents was not okay and will never be okay. And they deserve to die lonely and miserable in whatever nursing home those parents end up in and whatever street corner that brother ends up on. Those three are not going to end up in a good place. It just can't happen with the way that they operate in their lives. They deserve it. They've earned that as their reward. And I'm so happy that OP is moving towards a much better place herself. Thank you for sharing your story, and thank you for the update, OP. I'm sorry you had to go through that. You didn't deserve any of that. And you are amazing for sticking it out regardless of what happened to you. Thank you.